Easy to navigate and easy on the eyes. Easy.
In the middle of the Orb River,
Tape, because my couch just constantly gets the back thing sliding. Tape mine because they don't buy the best quality tape. Keeps on undoing. So I did this and I put this on my thing. My tape inside here. I even put it over like this. Hold it in place. But this is like just drop it in there. And this is nail pouch. Nail pouch. But the nice thing about this is that if I put my thing in the back of a vehicle or something, it locks shut.
Oh, so like the nails won't fall out.
full.
Hello, hello. I wonder if anyone is hearing me all right. Let me know right now if the sound levels are doing okay. Am I too loud? Is the background music too loud? Let me know, everyone. Hello to Ben. Ben in here early. Epic in here early. I'm glad everyone can hear. For some reason, let's see what happens. Oh. Just gonna turn this down and hope it's not affecting everyone else. Hello, everyone. And we have Party Sober here today. Yay! Party is still away from home. So she has not been playing Final Fantasy XIV. She's been with a friend. This friend is rather far away. So Party is in another province, I believe. If I understand her location correctly. So Party's chilling in another province of Canada. And that's why she really wasn't able to hang with us last week. But this week Party has said that she can be here. So we're going to be watching some Final Fantasy stuff, which is really great. No end walking for Party, not for a little bit. Party's birthday is also coming up, actually. So that's really exciting. I'm glad she can celebrate it with a friend. Usually Party's in her own town, like she lives apart from the rest of us family members. So I'm glad Party can be with a friend for her B-Day. So we are going to watch this 1.0, 1.23 story. We're going to do a bit of a react. We're probably going to get sidetracked. If we have time, we might watch the Coils of Bahamut, but we'll see, because we all know. What are you shushing about? Your B-Day? The fact that you're turning into an old lady before our eyes? I hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, so this particular one is 9 years old, but since it's about 1.0, I feel like it's fine. But if I start getting into Endwalker territory, I will try to curb myself, and I hope everyone in chat can also if anyone in chat has played all of Endwalker, let's try to keep Party in the dark as much as we can. So how is everyone today? How are you, Party? How is everyone else in chat? Is everyone having a good night tonight? What's their weekend been like? Oh, you're missing your home, Party? You're probably missing that your bed and your pillows and everything. Oh, wow, Epic. Way to go. country does Epic come from? Can we ask? Oh! Okay, so Epic is an American. American. Okay. Oh, hello, Wally. I hope everyone is doing well. And yeah, I hope everyone had a good weekend. Whether they were celebrating some kind of holiday or not. Epic. Does everyone know about our president? I mean, our prime minister, sorry. Sorry, Canadians. Speaking moistly. Keep 2 meters apart. The question is, party, are you a medical expert? Oh, Wally, that's a great one. Yeah. I mean, there's some of us who also... there's some of us who believe he might be Castro's son. Yeah. But these are the things we know. Yeah. So, everyone, as you may know, Canada became a bit of a wild state during Rona. And there was this period where like they would do all of these big announcements, and at one point, let's see if we can find it, Trudeau speaking moistly. So Trudeau gave like a speech, and it was just so wild, and so somebody auto-tuned his song. And this is so ridiculous, but it got real.
Wash our hands often to our elbows. These are the things we know. If people want to wear a mask, that is okay. These are the things.
Now, I need to be clear with everyone. I have never, and to date, as far as I can tell, I will never vote for Trudeau. But this is hilarious.
Speaking moistly. Speaking moistly. 2 meters apart. Speaking moistly.
The ASL on the side is just hilarious.
I'm not a medical expert. These are the things we know. 2 meters apart. What I have heard from medical experts. These are the things.
Yeah. Well, yes and no, Epic.
That prevents you from speaking moistly.
Yes and no.
Speaking moistly. 2 meters apart. Speaking moistly.
Now, the thing about speaking moistly, I don't know if people... So maybe some people have heard of speaking moistly, right? But did you know that people got into covers? So there's Adam Carter's self-isolation song covering Justin Trudeau. Someone did a mostly acoustic cover. there's this one. This is a folk music version.
Wash your hands, coughing your elbows. These are the things, the things
Did these people roll out of BC or what?
we know. If people want to wear a mask, that is okay.
Maybe they're newfies. Does anyone know? So this is kind of like a folk cover. There's like a rock cover. There's like a Sons of Butcher. There's a metal cover. Ska reggae cover. So there's all these covers. But the best cover is David Usher. Now, once again, maybe people don't know David Usher, but David Usher was a Canadian who was really famous, and he sang a song called Black, Black Heart. So this was back when I was a girl, and it looked like this.
When you write, your tone influences
Sorry
how
for
readers
the
respond. With Grammarly,
ads.
just highlight your text and type how you want to sound.
Oh, wait a minute. It says it's a mix. Okay, here's the rock version. He's like Japanese Canadian. Like, I don't want to say he's a halfie, but you know. Anyway, so yes, David Usher was very hot, but guess what? He aged really well, and now he's covering.
Wash our hands, cough into our elbows. These are the things.
He is so Canadian, right? Isn't this like the Canadian of all Canadians, really? So they did this, I guess, in Rona.
That is okay. These are the things.
Just hilarious.
The things we know that prevent you from speaking moistly. Speaking moistly. Keep to me.
So anyway, so he did a cover of it.
Speaking moistly.
Kind of unironically.
I am not a medical expert. These are the
So anyway, that is Justin Trudeau speaking moistly, which led to David Usher doing a cover, kind of ironically. And what do you guys think? Wooly says, "At least your prime minister isn't Bibi Netanyahu." Okay? So Wooly, I'm assuming. Okay, Are you from Wooly? Are you from like South Africa? Maybe. It is catchy, Ben. It is catchy. Epic. How can I say this? When the party seeks out votes, they will have their chosen person. And that chosen person heads the party. And so when you go onto the ballot, more often than not, like that's what you're voting for. You're voting for that name. But from what I understand, if for whatever reason certain things happen, and they step down, I think like the vice president or like whoever's most popular in that party will just step in or something like that. So you do vote on the strength of that name. So if people vote for Trudeau, they vote for Trudeau, and the Liberal Party. But because of our system being so politically fragmented to a certain degree, it is very common to achieve stalemates within our political sphere. As far as I know, usually it ends up being a lot like Eve Online or Eve Echoes, where the only way to take down one alliance is to gather up like several other alliances to get in together on it. Um, so yeah, it's Canadian politics can be a little weird. Probably the weirdest thing about Canadian politics is the Queen's representative. The Queen's representative is basically a representative that is mostly symbolic, representing our relationship with the now King of England, I guess, since Queen Elizabeth passed. And this representative doesn't do much, but once in a while they can come in and they can close down Parliament if they really want to. And that has happened in my lifetime, where the representative for what is Canada's representative for the Queen? Canada's, what is it called for the monarchy? What are they called? Governor General. How could I forgot that? So Governor Generals, there's a meme about sort of that you only become a Governor General if you like give money to CBC. That's our publicly funded news cover, kind of like the BBC, but CBC. So the Governor General represents the monarchy, and usually they just do ceremonial stuff, but I have seen, oh, Wooly Netanyahu from Israel. Oh, yeah, that would be rough these days. That's probably, well, and you know what's really tough about democracy is like the blame kind of shifts to everyone who votes, right? So then you're like, you voted this joker. So that's the tough part, I think. The video is at 0.00. Okay, we'll start. David Usher's hotter than I remember. Yeah, and he actually, in my opinion, he still looks pretty good for, an aging Asian man. Like, I think he's looking pretty fine. Until today, this was a thing I didn't know. What did you not know, Ben? I have the belief that even if we're heading off a cliff. Wait a minute. It seems like there was an internet burp. That's the best thing I can describe it as. Let's see here. So, Wally said he's from Israel. Epic said, I think being able to make fun of your leaders like this is a sign of democracy. Granted, I've never been there, but I did hear about how China banned Winnie the Pooh. Yes. So China did ban certain uses of Winnie the Pooh for sure. Yes, absolutely. Did all Chinese people agree with this ban? No, obviously not. But some people clearly have become megalomaniacs, and it's just really terrible and sad. But do I like Trudeau? No, I'm not a super fan. There's just some things he's done that and irk me deeply. Yeah, I agree, party. Democracy, when it's working, is nice. Yeah, democracy, Let me say this. Democracy is very similar in some ways to me, like the concept of communism, which is everyone will be equal and never, you know, like we'll all have access to certain things and stuff. But I definitely think that many human movements fail, but some, despite their failing or failings, are a better option maybe than some of the other worse options, I guess. Yeah, Ben. The thing about Canada and its memes is that no one hears about them. It's just very, we're very small, right? Like we have less people in our country than South Korea. Yeah, Epic. You know, I'm I I struggle a bit because when it came time to vote last time, I felt like I couldn't vote for anything because nothing was representing what I wanted to see. So it's always tough. Okay. Can people see things? I also don't use Twitter, which is where a lot of this kind of thing pops up. Yeah, the speaking moistly thing spread across Canada because a lot of people at that point in time were really disliking Trudeau. The human face panda. Yeah. He ends up banning pandas in total. That's what they should have got. That's what they should have gotten after that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it probably is. It's like a reverse, like it's another form, right? Because Winnie the Pooh is a bear, and Panda is a bear, right? I'm assuming that that's what that's all about. Okay, so what are we watching today? Well, the plan is to watch this very interesting video. It's called Final Fantasy 14 1.0 to 1.23. And this is basically going to be covering everything leading up to A Realm Reborn. So let's get into listening to the story and seeing what we think has changed. We are going to expect some changes maybe between what happens in one. Remember, we also have to remember that what people what people were like or what people believed or knew is different between 1.0 and 2.0. Hopefully, there are not too many people who are going to get confused with this, but basically, Final Fantasy XIV was crap, and they made it better. And 1.0 represents all of this difficult, terrible era, and 2.0 is the game reborn. So we're going to be looking at the story as it was in 1.0, which I heard is actually not that bad. It's just nobody could play the game. It was unplayable, more or less. And yeah, so we're going to get into talking about this video. So let's get started. And we'll see how far we get with this. Yeah. Yeah, Ben, from what I understand, so I watched the No Clip documentary. From what I understand, the netcode was bad, the gameplay was bad, the UI was bad, the variable textures and people putting too many polygons into single objects was bad. There were a lot of quality of life things that were just completely lacking. There was no quality of life. There was sub-zero quality of life. Oh, Lucy Pyre. I love Lucy. Yeah. So I know that 1.0 was a mess, and the story was probably not the greatest either. But let's see where the story goes. We're gonna watch and see what this is all about. So I'm gonna press play. Let me know if it's too quiet for you.
Calamity. Eorzea was a very different place.
Okay.
Before the calamity, Eorzea was a very different place. Trauma has aged our land and seen her people grow hard, but it was hardly 2 winters ago that we sat comfortably with one umbral era lost to memory and the next stalking well beyond the horizon of premonition. Each of the city-states felt worlds apart, isolated and independent in a sometimes tentative but lasting peace. Our problems were native and small. Skirmishes with the beast tribes kept us fit and wary, but eras of walking gods and realm-wide wars belonged firmly to ballad and myth. The catalyst for our irrevocable change originated well out of sight, far to the north of Eorzea in the land of Ilzabard. An ambitious young legatus named Solus van Galvus began to steadily expand the borders of the Garlemald Republic, integrating into its military Magitech artillery the likes of which had not been seen since the Third Era Allegan Empire.
Okay, so let's stop there. Basically, we all know this to be now more or less true. We know that Solus was behind a large portion of Garlemald's extreme accelerated progress. And we also know, as of Shadowbringers, spoilers for Shadowbringers, that this was brought about for Ascian purposes. So there was a bigger plans at stake, and yeah, that makes sense to me. So I'm assuming that this is all happening in 1.0, leading up to everything that we see in 2.0.
Legatus named Solus van Galvus began to steadily expand the borders of the Garlemald Republic, integrating into its military Magitech artillery the likes of which had not been seen since the Third Era Allegan Empire. The military capacity of Heidelind's nations had immeasurably regressed since that time, so it was that Garlemald reared itself as a titan amongst children, and Galvus soon declared himself Zos, or Emperor, of an empire that would push ever west and southward, a threat unknown to the Eorzean states until well after the 11th hour. In the year 1557,
what I think is so interesting is they actually show this art of Solus. And if you look carefully in Final Fantasy XIV, you almost never see Solus as an old dude. Like, you only see it from a very great distance, which I think is so fascinating. And his hat is wild, and his hat is something else.
ever west and southward, a threat unknown to the Eorzean states until well after the 11th hour. In the year 1557 of the 6th Astral Era, Alamigo, itself just beginning to recover from a civil war that saw the eradication of its greatest military asset, the monks of the Fists of Ralga, was caught unaware and unprepared.
Okay. So the civil war that they're talking about here, I'm going to assume it is due to, you know, I'm going to guess that this was due to the Mad King and everything that happens in not just in reference to the dungeon, the Fists of Scala or whatever it's called, but also that one dungeon you run with Alphino and Arenvold. Yeah, Theodoric, Mad King Theodoric. Very good one, Ben. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Wooly. He is definitely he's definitely thick. Yeah, I need to get the lore books. I need to buy them. I just need to just do it. Yes, Xenos is definitely related. So so we got this war going on, and I'm guessing Solus, being more of a strategist and a thinker, probably was like, yeah, this is the time for us to step in.
This military asset, the monks of the Fists of Ralga, was caught unaware and unprepared by the 14th Imperial Legion under Gaius van Belsar, and fell in little time to complete Garlean subjugation and assimilation, save a wave of refugees flooding into Thanalan and a small group of resistance fighters that continue to oppose Garlean occupation to this day. Following failed parleys with the Garleans, the Charlayan colony in southern Dravania was evacuated in anticipation of the onslaught, and all returned to their island homeland in the north, save for a few, including Urianger or Grelt. Following failed parleys with the Garleans.
Okay, so what I find so fascinating is even at this early stage, we get all of these people. So when it comes into A Realm Reborn, we get the sense anyway that Gaius van Belsar has been around, is super loyal to the Emperor. But now, like, hearing how deep his ties go back and how he was at the forefront of the assault most of this time, that I find really, really cool. But what's also equally interesting is where they talk about how Charlayan withdrew from the Idleshire region. And remember, this would have been when Alphino and Alice were babies, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, whom travelled to Eorzea hoping to stall the looming umbral calamity and founded the Circle of Knowing to this end. Although the remaining city-states quickly allied, the Imperial Armada mobilized once again before the Eorzean alliance could rally any significant defense. Pushing into Mordona, the fleet disturbed the ancient Warden of the Falls and Keeper of the Lake, Midgard Zormo, whom rose to face this unprecedented force, compelling a great number of his spawn amongst the Dravanian horde to descend upon the fleet in a battle that would forever change the dynamic and very composition of Eorzea. This was the first any living Eorzean had seen of a primal, and the first significant defeat that the Garleans would have suffered to date.
Okay, so Ben noted already that there was a mistake here because they called Midgardsormr a primal. So obviously, players at this point in time weren't sure of the entire composition or like the entire role that Midgardsormr would play, because obviously at this point, you know, yeah, I imagine. Once again, though, like, maybe they'll explain more about like how much players knew at, at what point in time they knew what they knew. It does have me question a lot, but I will say that Midgardsormr is probably my favorite dragon. And the moment where he brings down the Agrius and he spreads his wings, I just think it's so beautiful. But I'm a big Midgardsormr fan. Do I think Hraesvelgar is super sad? Yes. Do I think Nidhogg is kind of cool? Yes. Party just met Vritra, and you know, I think Vritra's a very nice dragon, but oh yeah, Party loves Tiamat. Yeah. But yeah, I think I definitely think Midgardsormr is so interesting, and the role he plays here in attempting, probably he was attempting to bring balance to the situation, probably.
Scene of a primal, and the first significant defeat that the Garleans would have suffered to date. Needless to say, it constituted an existential crisis for both sides, as the foundations of knowledge fell away into an abyss of limitless and terrible possibility. The Great Serpent and the Imperial flagship Agrius fell entwined, diving directly into Silvertier with an explosion of ceruleum of such magnitude that broke the seal to the fount of ether which lay below. The immediate effect was a blast that rippled across the land, almost completely draining Silvertier and petrifying dragon and airship in a static and monumental embrace.
Like, you can't tell me that doesn't look cool. Like, that... I just think that's such a beautiful image. You know? Like, there's something about this image that is primal. Like, it's just... I don't know, like, why it might work for me. And I'm still trying to assess why this works for me. But I think it's something about about organic living thing against machine, magic against technology. It's about a father, essentially, right? A parent sacrificing himself for the good of the world that he chose for his children. There's just so much to unpack in that picture that you can think about more and more. And the more you get to know about him, is just, yeah, once again, like, there are very, very powerful dragons out there, right? Like, Party is right. Tiamat's story, for example, is the heart. Tiamat, for me, reminds me a lot of Suzaku, right? A woman who loves her man and will do anything to be with her partner, right? So Tiamat and Suzaku, for example, show to me the rage of a woman who's lost everything. Not even a woman, right? It doesn't have to be gendered. But so for me, in this picture, though, it encapsulates all of these things. And that's why I think this picture moves me. Maybe it's not Midgard Sommer as a person that is so fascinating as what he represents. So, yeah. And this is interesting because I think we've picked up on this before. So, where's paint? Here we go. And then here, we're going to go, let's say this is the land, and this is Silvertier, I guess. And then underneath here was a whole bunch of ether, I guess. And then when Agrius went down with Midgard Sommer, so then we got Midgard Sommer here. So then my guess is like the gouging and the pressure just like vented ether everywhere. So let's see what everyone's saying here. Wally says, you know a man's rank by the ostentation of his pauldrons. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Tiamat. Cheerful yet tough grandpa vibe. I agree. Yeah, I think 14 would do well. But remember, they're doing their own TTRPG, which I think if it flies out well, I imagine that they would probably grow on that system. Works for me. What does that mean? It works for me on like a mental level, Party. I assure you, I'm not into dragons that way. The primal fury of an ancient dragon crushing the best technology has to offer. Yeah. Yeah, Epic. And also, if you think about it, I don't want to get into it because of Endwalker Epic, but if you think about dragons and their relationship with certain technology, it's a bittersweet moment, right? The power of love. Aww. Yeah. I hope CBU3 does not bind itself to the millstone of D&D. Yeah. If they make their own stuff, I'd be happy. But it would be nice if they took some of the better parts of the D&D system and adapted it for their own. Yeah, Epic. So I don't know if you know this, but they are releasing a tabletop RPG for Final Fantasy XIV from Square Enix. But I don't know. I get the feeling that it's very Final Fantasy XIV inspired, which some people might like, whereas other people might want to, homebrew some stuff for it. So I don't know how the system is or whether the system's any good. And I definitely know Epic, by the way. I have a brother who's a total D&D head, and he found a whole free Final Fantasy XIV system out there that's built for D&D if you want to do D&D. So, okay. So, primal powers, Midgard, Somer, Grandpa.
The Guardians fled before this spectacle that would motivate all of their subsequent campaigns against Eorzea, and the Eorzeans bore witness to both the full destructive force of the Empire and the equally terrifying latent power of the Genesis land beneath their feet. It would take the following several years for the full effect of the Battle of Silvertear Skies to become apparent. Silvertear is in local folklore the very fount of both water and ether for all of Hydaelyn, the first point of creation. The broken seal caused ether to flood through the surrounding land in unprecedented quantity and density. A strange power began to awaken within many Eorzeans, which would come to be known as the Echo. And the
Okay. So, funny story. Keeper of the Lake was a hell dungeon for me. I remember. Because I had screwed up. So in MSQ, they would give you a piece of gear leading up through this era, and you would need those pieces of gear to prepare yourself for certain content. And I didn't understand that they were slowly but surely giving you a full set, and that it would be very smart to choose the full set that your main is. And instead, for whatever reason, I chose to get the set for my white mage, which I was just starting, and it was very new to me. So I had very little healing experience. I had no macros, nothing to help me. I didn't really know much about rotations. I was just trying it out at the lower levels, doing guild hests. And then I got to a point in the A Realm Reborn story, I think leading up through the end into post-content patches, where I found out the hard way that I had locked myself out of content as a summoner, and I couldn't access certain levels, and I didn't have poetics. I didn't understand the poetic system. There was so much I didn't know. So I remember running Keeper of the Lake, and I had a queue in as a white mage, and I had never played that dungeon before. I'd never done that dungeon before, and let's just say it was, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. So yeah, I got to a point where I just was really stuck. So I was running Keeper of the Lake as a white mage, and I remember just feeling like I was terrible the whole time. And I would keep doing it. I would keep running it in hopes I would get better. And it was probably party. That sounds horrifying. It was probably horrifying for everyone else who had to run that dungeon with me. They were probably like, what is wrong with this person? Yeah, party. I was freaking out. Let's just say that. But it did ultimately like become better. Like I eventually became a bit better at it, but yeah, it was just really bad at first. So that's my memory of Keeper of the Lake was just me sweating through. Eventually, it got to a point where I could do Keeper of the Lake with my eyes shut. Like, obviously, I can do Keeper of the Lake now. But the day that I could do it without feeling terrible, it was just such a feel good feeling.
And in unprecedented quantity and density, a strange power began to awaken within many Eorzeans, which would come to be known as the Echo.
Interesting. So, previous to this time, nobody was really echoing off anyone. But this explosion of ether and a deeper opening into the heart of Hydaelyn basically allowed certain people to get the echo. Oh, did it barbecue you? Epic is like, I wanted to stop and stare. The second boss that drops the fire puddles. Do you remember before they transformed it? It was really wild. The new version is more, you can handle it a bit more. But I remember the original was a mind flip. And remember, like, not everyone knows how to handle that second boss. So if the tank isn't sure, and then you are a green horn white mage, then yeah, let's just say the runs were a whole other level. Min, Keeper of the Lake was harder than Aramvale. Don't. Aramvale was also tough, but if you run it with a tank that knows what they're doing, it can be actually really not bad. That one is where the tank has all the power for everyone's happiness. Lava walking. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely struggled. But once again, I was, like I said, I'm a slow learner. But now I can run. Party has been burned so much in Aurum. But Party, I do have to remind you that Hockey Manor Hard also really messed with us the first time we were doing it together. Remember, like even I couldn't get the mechanics for the final boss in Hockey Manor Hard. Hockey Manor Hard was a whole thing. Party and I were in there probably. How long did it take us to do that last boss? Oh man, I forget. Oh, did you get one shot by her? But Ben, you liked it, didn't you? Just admit it. You were like, step on me, please. Oh no, Party is raging. People hold her down. Hold her down. Give her tea. Yeah, Hockey Manor Hard was a mind flip. And I remember feeling terrible because I should have remembered the mechanics, and I had, I guess, just gone with parties that always knew what they were doing, and I never had to figure it out. It's like I just want to leave. Oh. Now, which one is the one where you meet Edda with the banquet? Is that Tamtara Deepcroft Hard? Is that Tamtara where you meet Edda? Not for the last time, but is that where you meet her? Because I like some of the early dungeons have really nice music. Yeah. Party and I did Palace of the Dead. We ground that out, and we got to level 50, and that certain fight at level 50 had the music is so good. Has anyone here gotten to 50 in Palace of the Dead? Seen the big fight with the super cool music with Edda? I wonder if anyone has seen it. Music is gorgeous. Yeah, Wally. Copper Bell Mine is definitely don't fall asleep. For sure. Yeah. I've seen it, but I haven't done it. Oh, Ben, the music in that room when you fight Edda is so good. You can hear her laughing and then crying. It's like mental. House of the Dead is dull, to put it mildly. It is an experience, that's for sure. The new Copper Bell isn't too bad. Wow, that's a different take, Epic. Wow. What kind of audibles are you listening to? The new Copper Bell isn't too bad. The old one was ass. Yeah, I agree, Ben. Do you remember that whole part where you had to wait for the things to hop off the ledge and all that? Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think if you are a lower tier player, it can feel a bit more fun, but once you get used to it, then yeah, it can be a bit dull. But I will say, if I play a class I haven't played in a while, it sometimes isn't as bad. But if you always keep running the same job, yeah, that's where the job. Oh my gosh, the slime that you had to like. Oh, what did you have to do? You had to like get it positioned, and then it would split in half, and then you had to get it positioned and blow it up, and then it would get quadrupled in half or whatever. You had to get it down to where it was the small slimes, and then it was like, are we playing Dragon Quest? Anyway, speaking of dragons, let's get to so echo. So now this is where everyone starts getting the echo, basically. Oh, wow. Well, I hope that works for you, Epic.
And the natural ether crystals of Eorzea began to radiate with power. The summoning of primals, a ritual which required an immense quantity of ether that was previously nigh impossible to accommodate, became relatively easy, and as the Ascians instructed the beast tribes of these rituals under the guise of paragons of light, increasingly commonplace. The magnitude of Eorzea's local conflicts and the perceived threat of this land to the Garleans were thus easily bloated by the Ascians, hoping to bleed Hydaelyn dry and usher in another Umbral era. By 1562, Nael van Darnus, an inheritor of ancient Allegan tombstones and artifacts passed down through his family, had convinced the Emperor to approve development of the Meteor project. Believing that conquering Eorzea was not sufficient to eliminate the primal threat, he intended to call the Allegan satellite Dalamud down upon them using an ancient Allegan transmitter. Early experiments with this device, reluctantly performed by Grand Minister of Industry Midas nan Garlond, father of Sidnan Garlond, at the Bozjar citadel, caused a burst from Dalamud, perhaps a terror flare, to level the entire city in an instant. Nael van Darnus continued to pursue the project despite the Emperor's reluctance, and Sid, learning the fate of Bozjar, determined to defect to Eorzea.
So this actually, if I recall correctly, you learn some of this in Coils, and you learn some of this in the Bozja incident leading into the Bozja zone. I'm trying to think where else you learn about some of this stuff. Trying to think. Trying to. Where else? What I find interesting is he mentions kind of offhand that the Emperor didn't like it either. So I wonder if like Solus was like, do we have to go this route? I don't know. But it is very sad. If you think about it this way, it's it's clear that the situation like escalated super quickly. Like people just were not ready to see what they were like what was happening. Like from the sounds of it, people couldn't just summon primals before, so now everyone could. So it really makes you realize that the Scions, to a large degree, were pioneers in a problem. They weren't like hanging out for ages and ages. They were relatively new to the whole situation.
The majority of Baelsar's forces had withdrawn to Alamigo as Darnus's machinations continued abroad, but this was little respite for the free peoples of Eorzea, whom were now forced to contest with the primals with increasing regularity. In 1565, Limsa Lominsa contracted the Company of Heroes, and they eventually succeeded in slaying both Titan and Leviathan. But the ease with which these primals could now return unless the beast tribes themselves were pacified or denied their stores of crystals made these battles seem futile.
What I find really fun and interesting is if you pay attention to the Company of Heroes story and you meet some of the remainders of the Company of Heroes, let's just say I think Endwalker's role quests really helps pay off some of that really in a really nice emotional wrap up kind of. Because one of my, if I was going to talk about any beef I had with the Realm Reborn story, it was the banquet part where you met all of the company, the remainder of the Company of Heroes, and you had to do all of those things. And I remember thinking, oh, this better be good. So when Y'shtola got like kind of salty on your behalf, I kind of felt like, okay, yeah, what is going on here? But one thing I will say about Endwalker for me is that it helps redeem A Realm Reborn in a way. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Remember that row in when he was like, when I was fighting Tidus or whatever, and he's like calling Leviathan like the strangest of names. He was like totally lying all the time, and he made everyone do his chores for him. And then you ended up having to like best him in a beating a rock thing, which, by the way, I was such a bad summoner that when I first tried to do the solo duty where you and he have to hit the rock, guess what? I failed that solo duty. Yeah, it was pretty terrible. Okay, Lower La Nosha or something? Yeah, he was in the same map as Morbidox, but he was way up at the top by the windmills. Yeah, Ben. Smashing rocks. Wooly says, it's easy to forget each of the scones is the equivalent of Doctor of Aetherology or some such. Exactly, Wooly. I was having a discussion about that with somebody, and I was like, you don't understand. They are academics and scholars. It would be like if a bunch of teachers were like, we're going to go out and change the world, and they're about as useful as a wet blanket. So, yeah, party, I did feel it. But I will say that when I did it again as Chieko, I rocked it. Yeah. Yeah. So, really, the Scions really did need us. That's my takeaway. The Scions did need us. We were their muscle, essentially.
Seem futile. A student of Louis Soir named Thancred arrived in Uldar around this time as it feigned to hide turmoil behind festivities. and he began to investigate its state of affairs and its likelihood to invite war with Garlemald.
Okay, so people might be wondering, this jitteriness in the video, that's pretty crappy. And the answer is, well, I think that's how the game was. Like, it was very, very laggy. However, one thing I do want to point out is that if we consider what it was running on, like, it was very ambitious. Because a lot of stuff that was an MMO at that period of time wasn't quite looking like this. So this was an attempt to really up the ante and lean into, because as far as I understand, Square Enix and Squaresoft always push the boundary in terms of graphical fidelity. So, yeah. Epic, from the sounds of it, there was no echo pre Midgar Somer and Agrius hitting the ether well below Lake Silvertear. There were probably like some forms of echoes, but it was much, much rarer from the sounds of it. And yeah, our echo may not have awoken until that moment. Yeah, Party can never get over the fact that she had to pick up Yak Scat. She never. So whenever in the game they're like, "Hey, Koa, what are you going to do?" Guess what Party is going to say? We all know what she's going to say. She's going to say, "Well, there was that one time. You know, Epic and Ben, there's a moment in Endwalker where you get to talk with a character about all the adventures you went into. My bet is that Party will be like, there was this time on the Azim Steppe." Yeah, Koa is a very stiff-necked elf. Yeah, so the question about the echo, my guess, remember Epic, there was that whole thing about a kind of samurai person in this was the Stormblood trials with the aspects, the animal aspects, and I got this feeling that the person that Suzuku was in love with, the warrior who could talk with the aspects, had an echo. But my guess would be echoes previous to that point were about as rare as summoning a primal. And then post that point, more people could get the echo. So in some ways, you could say that the game devs were building in a reason why so many people could have the echo. Yeah, the auspices. Sorry, Epic. Yeah. Tenzin. Yeah. So my guess is that Tenzin is... Oh, hey, Enrique. My guess is that Tenzin has an echo and may even be a previous incarnation of ourselves. Possibly. But I think he's definitely got an echo and might be separate from us, but I'm not sure. Ramza also had the echo, if I recall. Exactly, Min. So my guess is that it was a super rare thing. And then basically essentially it became less rare because of what Midgard Somer did with the Agrius. So there's that. And if you think about it, it allows the devs and the writers to have a reason why so many of us, why we are all Warriors of Light with echoes. Because we're all pinging off of the aetherytes and the crystals and everything. I'm pretty sure at one point in the story, it's basically implied that when you first stroll into town, your life before then, you might have been Derplander, right, in the 1.0 trailer, but or in the 2.0 trailer. But I think the concept is that your awakening of your sense of self and the awakening of your memory begins with the fact that you're in an ether rich area where you can just echo more and more. Yeah. Yeah. Well, remember, like, the echo is probably an ancient, like, ancient abilities. So, in my opinion, we came from a sense of not knowing who we were, and our instincts, while positive, were also marred with us just wanting to have fun or wanting us to make money. And then as we swum around in Eorzea, our echo just became bigger and bigger. And with each echo awakening, we could connect better with Hydaelyn. And okay, so let's put our tinfoil hat on even further, right? So if we go back to this picture here, we know that this piercing caused the explosion, right? And all of that ether went out. And because of all of that ether, we have all of this, you know, more people are being able to connect with Hydaelyn, right? So my question is it possible that because Midgardsormr and Hydaelyn had a relationship, is it possible that Midgardsormr kind of did it on purpose in order to help facilitate the kind of the awakening of more heroes for Hydaelyn? Yeah, but Echo in a bun lady on the first, and the Warriors of Light, that's only 6 people, Enrique. That is not a lot. That's not common. That's not what the word common means. So I'll have to disagree with you there. No, Enrique. So I don't know if you were here earlier, but over here, of course, this narrator could be wrong, but from the sounds of it, here, pre Midgardsormr doing this, Echo was not common, right? So once again, maybe this narrator, Ethys Asher, is wrong, Enrique. Once again, I don't know, but according to him, here,
Seal caused ether to flood through the surrounding land in unprecedented quantity and density. A strange power began to awaken within many Eorzeans, which would come to be known as the Echo.
So, my feeling is we have Ramza, we have Tenzin, so that's 2. We have the Bun Lady on the first, and then we have the Warriors of Light, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the source. That would include our Derplander. And then we have, let's do the first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the first, right? So we have these individuals, but how common was it? This to me doesn't say a common. This just says it could happen, but it wasn't common. In 1.0, even Garleans have Echo. Oh yeah, we gotta suggest that these are only people pre explosion. Post explosion, more people. Now I'm going into the forums. Oh, holy crap, that's a scary place. I'm not seeing Echo. The Garlean Empire branded. According to the wiki, the Garlean Empire branded anyone who possessed the Echo a beastman and therefore was considered an enemy of the Empire. And we did not get our Echo until we saw a star shower that Hydaelyn conjured for us. So, it as far as I can see, Echo was not super common. Well, it was Midgard somewhere who dealt with Hydaelyn to protect the world. Yeah, Wooly. So it kind of makes me wonder: did he go down in this area on purpose? If he didn't, that's fine. I can sleep with that. But if he did, that's also fine. That's cool. Yeah. Midgar seems to. Which Garlean had the Echo? The only Garlean that we know for sure that has an Echo is the half Garlean Arenvald. And then, of course, fake echoes. But I'm not seeing any proof that Garleans had Echo before in 1.0. What we can know for sure, however, is that when the Echoes did happen, they were rare. And then post, like within 1.0, because remember, all of this stuff is happening before the end of 1.0. So we haven't even gotten to where the story actually begins. So we're getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit. Let's see what Enrique says. Well, Wooly, this is where when people say to me, it's really hard to retroactively make something fit, I understand how hard it can be. And essentially for me, the fact that the writers were able to pull this off is fantastic. Now, according to this here, okay, so I'm looking at this wiki. It says the Garlean Empire branded anyone who possessed the Echo a beastman. So, once again, oh, hey, Lucids. Yes, we are looking at Echo, which is a hotly debated topic. But if we're going to ignore my tab problem, okay, everyone, I have a severe tab issue and I'm a recovering tabholic. But so we'll say here, pre 1.0, Echo existed, but it was rare. So here we have Tenzin and Bun Lady on first. Then we have 1.0, and we have the explosion. And then we have 1.0, Oprah meme, you get an Echo, you get an echo. Now, this may not be correct. Once again, this person, Ethis Asher, may be incorrect. We already have noted he was incorrect about Midgardsormr being a primal. But for me, this works as a gameplay mechanic to explain why in the world suddenly you have all these warriors of light running around. But one thing I do know is that Enrique is correct. We can't confuse the echo with the blessing of light. But at the same point in time, we don't have the echo pre 1.0 as far as I can tell. Or if we did, we forgot we did, if that makes sense. Because when she calls us, that's when we get our powers with the star shower. So we will say 1.0 explosion. This is Midgardsormr and Agrius. Then we got all these people getting echoes. Then we get Dalamud. And then 2.0. We arrive, get echo, and eventually earn our blessing of light. Remember that our blessing of light is not given to us wholesale. We actually have to earn it through deeds. We have to gather our crystals after gathering crystals. Does everyone think we're onto something here when we look at this timeline? Is this timeline, does this make sense? To me, it could make sense here. If we take what Ethie said at face value, I think it can make sense because it explains why the player base exists in the world. But my question is, did maybe they just never sat down and tried to suss it out, and maybe they don't want to because it might be like too hot. Might be too hot. Okay. All right. But once again, I'm not sure. What we can also say yes, but once again, Enrique, my thing would be it's not common, right? The word common is where, like, I don't know how many players were playing 1.0, but let's say, let's give it a minimum number of 50,000 players in the game. You got 50,000 people running around with an echo. And so this is where I think they are trying to explain how that 50,000 people came to be. And pre that, you would get some people, and then post that, it would be more common, and then everyone would have it. And let's see. This is, when did Nymphilia get her echo? Oh, look at this. When did Nymphilia? Okay, are we going to click the spoiler? Let's click it. Echo isn't strong with everyone. She only can watch past events in 1.0. That seems fair. Should I be reading this out loud for people? Okay, although not actually correct, Minfilia and the Path of 12 were always part of 1.0 storyline right from launch. Also, the current lore team are the same as those who worked on 1.0, as they've done is clarify details in The Realm Reborn. The original storyline was always planned to lead up to, but never ultimately did. As for Asilia Minfilia, it's everyone's guess whether they had always planned to be a big revelation or simply retconned it, but I'm likely to believe that's the former. It also fits with revelation Fern gave ages ago that the first part of 1.0 storyline was actually mostly set within the Echo and the player didn't even realize it. But I digress. Anyway, Alan Noor is correct. Minfilia's potency in the Echo isn't as strong as the player's, in that she can only view past memories and cannot understand unknown languages, etc., etc. Also, as to when Minfilia received the Echo, it is unclear, but it appears she may have received it during or immediately after the Battle of Silvertear Skies in the year 1562 of the 6th Astral Era, when the Agrias crashed into the Silvertear Lake and the Primals were freed. Certain members of the Path in 1.0 actually mention that event was believed to have been when the Echo first sounded. Yes! Okay, so Ethys Asher was correct. Leading up to Silvertear Lake, Minfilia didn't even have the Echo. Oh, Lucids, do you have the lore books? Lucids, are you in my Discord? Perchance. Oh, Lucids, you should come join our you should come and join our Discord. Maybe Party, can you quickly just share a Discord link with everyone? Lucids, Party will set you up. Okay, everyone. It seems that in the lore, members of the Path believe the Echo first sounded during the explosion. And that even Minfilia believed that theory at first, but then she started having second thoughts. Of course, it doesn't confirm or deny that, also when she received the power of the Echo, but it's a good time as any, as it does make sense. So we could go with, once again, back to our drawing here, Midgard Sommer, by releasing all of this ether down here, expedited more echoes for everyone. And up until that point in time, it was uncommon. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can hook you up. I don't know, though, if I can. Can you try this? How about that? So, once again, this is a theory. Lucids will never join us. Sag. I wonder how we could do it. Mirokos, you got in there? Oh. Thank you, Mirokos. And hello. We are talking about Echo. This is a very touchy topic, apparently, very spicy. I found a Square Enix forum about it. This is the nicer one. But what we can say about Minfilia's Echo, number 1, weaker. Number 2, visions of past only. And number 3, may have begun only after explosion. Yeah. Well, oh wow, that is crazy. People use the echo being uncommon to shun players whose characters have the echo in a role play. That is wildin'. That is wilding. All I know is, generally speaking, the echo was rather uncommon before the explosion, and post explosion, you got more people getting it. That would be my contention. So, post whatever Midgard Sommer did by accident or on purpose, whatever happened, allowed for more. But did he do it on purpose? That is the tinfoil hat. That's the true tinfoil hat. I wonder if anyone has wondered whether he did that on purpose or not. Because he probably figured, screw it, we're all going down anyway. I'm going to sacrifice myself to bring Agrius down anyway. I'm going to bring it down here. An official cosmology map. Well, Epic, this is where I think. So, this is what Epic says. Epic says, so if the sources are right, and the source, as in, Heidelin, the source has 7 billion people, Final Fantasy has around 30 million accounts, it would be even uncommon, even just having 30 mil. And this is where I think Final Fantasy does a really good job treading that fine line of, you are special, but you are not special because you're the only one. But I still would argue that having 10K or 30 or 50 or 500 or whatever, it's or even let's say 30 million warriors of light running around with the echo. 30 million. Let's pretend that's a real number, because like I'm pretty sure like there's some people who have 2 accounts or whatever for whatever reason. Like I'm like do the bard people who bought their bards, their bands, are they all running on separate accounts? Or are they all characters being played at the same time? I'm not sure about how multi-boxing is in this game, but let's pretend that 30 million accounts is actually 30 million people. Then my point still stands. That's way more than what we seem to be getting a picture of so far that I've gotten from playing the game. It's 30 mil seems a lot more than how many did we have up here so far? Like that we have accounted for in our story. Like even if we include Minfilia in here, even if we include Kryl, and even if we include Louisoix probably had the echo, right? Maybe. And then if we include that aura girl who can see the future, whatever, Mikoto. So even if we include that, what we have so far in the narrative, what we're led to believe so far in the narrative is that before a certain point of time, it was Trez uncommon, and post certain time, it was still uncommon, but it was a bit like less uncommon. Yeah, once again, Midgard Somer, is he a primal? That's a good question. yeah, actually, trading actuallys. Once again, I usually don't get the sweaty, but I hadn't known before that there was a possibility that what Midgard Somewhere did here accelerated the creation of primals and the creation of lore. I didn't know that until tonight. And this makes a lot of sense. All Asians, 11 by 11. So that would be reflections at one point at least. Plus all this people. Plus Warriors of Light. I'm counting Warriors of Light in my little count up here. The Warriors of Light are counted in here already, Enrique. It still is not the same as 30 mil. Am I in Akalon's server by chance? Yes, Lucids, I am. Yeah. But anyway, so we got here the belief by Athis Asher, and I guess by some other people, that more people got the echo because of this. But once again, I yeah, once again, I don't know how uncommon it was pre-explosion, but it feels like it was way more uncommon than post-explosion. And for me, that makes sense because it helps make the gameplay make sense, which to me feels like very subtle. It's kind of like how Final Fantasy goes out of its way, even in the early stages. So a lot of people are like, "Oh, Party Finder, canonized because of Grahatia's, champions beyond the rift. Or whenever we pull out Azim's crystal, people are like, oh yes, party finder canonized. Actually, no. If you replay A Realm Reborn from the first, people are always like, gather up your friends. This is going to be really tough. Don't go in there alone, right? And so from the beginning, the game has always tried to narratively make sense of system mechanics. So I wonder if this was their way to make sense of a system mechanic or a narrative mechanic. Yeah, Lucid, I think you'll find me in the purple people section because I was tagged as a content creator. Yes, so Enrique, if you can try to keep Endwalker spoils out of the chat, that would be great because party is in here. But here's my question, Enrique. All right, so this is the ley line here. All of this blue that I put down right here, all of this blue is the ley line ether, right? And he pierced down and released all of the energy. That's this blue fountaining up that I was drawing here. So here's my question, Enrique. All right, we can discuss all day long who had what echo when. I want to know if, because he did this, more people got echoes. Here's the question, Enrique. Did he do it on purpose? Was he like, I'm going down, so I'm going to take them all down, and there's going to be this explosion? Right? So we gotta, what do you think? Do you think it was on purpose? Miroko says, Party Finder is a literal function of the Adventurers Guild, I believe. Yeah, Mirokos. So the first times you run in dungeons and you're doing it through like what's his face? Buskaran or whatever in Limsa. Like they are very early on, they're trying to explain game mechanics or narrative mechanics through the story. Unintended. Yeah. Yeah, that was my question, Enrique, is was it intended or unintended? Party doing dishes for her friend. Well, once again, it's a big mystery. And that's where I like the mystery. Was it intended or not intended? That's for everyone to chew over now. So we got, so this is where it says there is a general belief that more echoes happened because of whatever happened here in the Keeper of the Lake. Now, why did we get here? Again. Well, it's hard to say, Party. It's hard to say, Epic. Okay, Lucids is sending me stuff, so I'm going to go take a little look-see, everyone. Message request. I'll accept. And Lucids, I will try to send you my invite to you personally, okay? Let's try it again. I don't know if it will work for you. There you go. Though rare, there have been cases reported of individuals. Oh. Okay. All right, everyone. How am I going to do this? Okay, I'm going to do it this way. I cannot let you see how bad my thing is. But hopefully everyone can read this. So this is from the lore book. It says, though rare, there have also been cases reported of individuals who, through the manifestation of Heidelin's very light, can walk the ethereal plane and communicate directly with the planet herself. So that would probably be like Kryl and Minfilia and stuff. And then here, those granted with this form of the echo can mentally travel back in time to witness occurrences experienced by another. It was originally thought that proximity with the memory holder was necessary for transcension. However, it's recently been discovered that residual mnemonic ether lingering in a location can also trigger these third-person flashbacks. Basically, we're like walking psychics. Those with the power to transcend words, language, no longer poses a barrier to intercultural communications. This is like literally their way of them not having to worry about having multiple languages and having us reading in English, essentially. Voiced utterances faded and are replaced by internal understandings of another's intentions, etc., etc. Okay, so these are all basically... So who are these warriors of light who led Eorzea back from the precipice of destruction? Studies of ancient documents from many tomes to wall carvings show us they were not unique to the 6th astral era, so they occurred through time, which we knew, and that similar heroes have appeared before every calamity to ensure mankind endures, which would be the work of Heidelin. For example, before the Great Flood, which marked the end of the 5th astral era, legend tells us of 12 archons who descended on Eorzea to warn its denizens of the rising waters. Etc., etc. So basically, she's choosing heroes, which we all knew. And then the echo comes in many forms. So, our takeaway is the echo has happened in the past. It has happened throughout all reflections. But if we consider the general population and then relate it to how many people have the echo, the echo is still uncommon. That's where I would go. I wouldn't say that it was like so uncommon that it never happened, but yeah. I don't think it was misguided, just that the other option was worse. Yeah. Okay, back to video. Okay. Yeah, well, and clearly Enrique is right in the sense that lots of people throughout history have had it, and lots of people throughout the reflections have probably had it. But I just wonder if, in relationship to the general population, if it was really common. And I just get the feeling like no. But because of whatever happened here in Silver Tier, it happened more. So that's, I think, where I would want to place my final resting spot on the echo. So let's see what else happens here. Oh, yes, the camera stuttering.
Seem futile. A student of Louis Soir named Thancred arrived in Uldar around this time as it feigned to hide turmoil behind festivities, and he began to investigate its state of affairs and its likelihood to invite war with Garlemald. The festivities in question saw Agubu break free of its fetters and kill Warburton, the father of a young girl named Asilia, who had been working as a double agent within the imperial ranks for the Alamegan resistance. It was soon discovered by Thancred that this accident had been set up by members of the aristocracy to give them yet another opportunity to play at being heroes, and Flamin decided to take young Asilia under her wing in order to redeem herself for her own part in Warburton's death. The poor and disenfranchised had at the same time taken to robbing Amagina mines, and although Thanalin was rife with conflict between Uldar and its neighboring beast tribes, rumors of approaching war had spread thick and fast. Thancred's concern was that the opportunities for profit and glory were blinding the syndicate of Uldar, eagerly pursuing a war that they could never win even at their highest strength.
Ulda is effed. Let's all just say it. Ulda is effed. Okay, talking about Lucidia and stuff. Sorry, Lucid's stuff. Let's delete everything, right? From what I understand from Shadowbringers, anyway, is that we have the source here. Let's say we have one of the reflections that's being dinged into the source. The source is being washed with huge amounts of ether. So this is where we're seeing also at the same time, probably by Hydaelyn, we're seeing Warriors of Light popping up pre-Calamity. Now, according to the lore book we just read, this happens more before the Calamity, but for some reason, when Midgardsormr did the Silver Tear thing, this created more ether, and this ether encouraged more echo for whatever reason. And it probably has to do with the fact that there was a ley line underneath there. And everything just came up. Some reason. And one thing I will say is, like, the warriors appear to come before the Calamity, not after the Calamity. So that's interesting to me, because it does suggest that maybe Hydaelyn has greater chance at triggering their echoes when there's a higher flux of ether flowing in. What do my fellow lore guessers think? Yeah, Wooly. Ether is the soul stuff of people, but clearly when you're taking one reflection and then you're moving it into the source, right? So you got an influx of ether, a certain aspected ether, right? Depending on what reflection you're pulling from. So pretend this was the first. If the Asians had succeeded, they would have flooded the source with a whole bunch of light aspected ether. Leading up to this, there was a surfeit. There wasn't a surfeit of ether. Remember, Urianger and Y'shtola were seeing ether being stilled or stifled because of that aspect, which is unique to light. But what I do find interesting is in the lore book, most calamities were prefaced by warriors. No, it's okay, party. I think we're past the Endwalker talk. Yeah, true, Epic, but it would be sad to see party go. But I distinctly feel like the question we have to ask is, was Hydaelyn able to create more people, more Warriors of Light, more Echo because of the incoming ether, or was she just doing it because she was panicked? The lore books are from unreliable narrators also. Okay, Enrique, who would the lore books be based off of the lore from? Asians or Charlayans? Party, there's a point in Endwalker where some things happen related to ether, but I don't think it answers our question about whether or not Heidelin was using ether from the reflections. Okay, Enrique, so Charlians would be unreliable. Do you think they'd be unreliable because the source of their information was not telling them the whole truth on purpose? Or do you think I'm going to have to It's stated in the book that it was unreliable, Enrique. That would help me a lot. Is it stated in the book that it's unreliable lore? Interesting. Could you send me a screenshot, Enrique? I wonder if Enrique is my friend that I know. Actually. Party. Is Enrique another friend that I know? Because I suddenly remember an FF14 friend. But maybe not. No. Maybe Enrique is not my friend. That's okay, Enrique. Don't sweat it. I'm going to take you on your word for this, okay? So, if in the lore book they're saying that the narrators are unreliable and that this is based off of, oh my lord, Enrique is Tab? Tab? No, keep farming, Tab. Don't ruin your night. Oh my lord, it's Tab. Everyone. Tab. Tab, you're so chatty. I like this side of you. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I've been fighting with Tab. Apologies, Tab. But I still wonder, like, is it that common before? So Party and I are part of an FC, and Tab is in our FC. Tab plays a Miko girl. But a Seeker Miko. We're very thankful to Tab because sometimes he'll cheer up our day. Lucids says, "Oh, what part? What are you saying? Oh to? Do you know what Tab is talking about? What Enrique is talking about?" That being said, if I ever come off as being kind of, intense, it's because, yeah, I'm a bit nut bar. But I just wonder if the echo was so common before, and maybe it became more common after the silver tier explosion. But if you could later, Tab, send me a picture of the unreliable narrator stuff. chat will tell me if I get too intense, right? Chat's gonna be there to tell me if I get too intense. Yeah, so here's the thing. Unreliable narrator for me is a very useful conceit. But unreliable can sometimes be a cheat for people to get away with bullshit. So I don't mind it to a certain degree, but it has to be within certain confines. So, for example, there have been several times in the story where Y'shtola and Grahatia say things that are actually incorrect, and they state them as fact. So here's one example. Grahatia says that he expects himself to disappear or to be dissolved when his timeline is ended or resolved. And when all is said and done and everything is averted, he doesn't dissolve, his time loop is still sustained. And so he just assumes that the loop is closed. When in fact, what Grahatia experienced in his time travel was nothing to do with loop time travel and everything to do with string. So Grahatia makes a very strong statement that sounds like he knows what he's saying, and everyone could take him at face value and enjoy the story, and it would be fine. But if you go to the short stories and you read that, you find out that it's actually string, and that there's just a whole other reality now with no Grahatia and no Crystal Tower. And that I think is fascinating because it means that Graha is an individual who's not right all the time. And the same thing goes for Y'shtola. There is several times where Y'shtola will say, this might be the case, but we don't know. Right? And there were a couple times where she wasn't right, and there were a couple times where she was, of course, right. But just because the characters say something is something doesn't always mean it's true. And so for me, I'm okay with it because it makes sense that they don't know all the facts. They're imperfect creatures. You know, they don't know everything. But my concern is that by just rubber stamping unreliable narrator on everything is like, if it's not handled properly, it comes off as a bit cheap. It's like killing people for me. It's a cheap thing. But Warhammer 40k, so I'm reading Caiaphas Cain right now. Not got far in it at all, but Caiaphas Cain is what? What do you mean I'm an unreliable narrator? Is this because I've stopped playing the video? That's less of a narration and more of a character's take, isn't it? Yeah, Ben. But in some ways, if you were going to take... Let's just say this, Ben. There are people out there who can't see beyond Harry Potter's eyes. Because Harry Potter determines the viewpoint of that narrative. And so, to them, the reveal about Snape was like earth-shattering. But the reveal about Snape was only earth-shattering to people who couldn't separate Harry Potter's viewpoint from an actual understanding of what was going on. Oh, thanks so much, Lucids. You're a champ. I will definitely pull this up now. So, what I'm suggesting is, if Enrique is correct, and they have come out and they have said, hey, the Sharlayans are unreliable narrators, I'm okay with that insofar as they eventually come around to tell us in some way, shape, or form which parts of their narrative is correct and which parts of it is incorrect. Epic is like, I would definitely say Harry Potter was unreliable narrator. Yeah, because Harry has a very skewed perspective on things. And so if we're going to suggest that these lore books that were published from a certain group of characters. So Enrique is saying a lot of this lore that we're reading has been brought together by Charlans. And if this lore is then made unreliable because the Charlans, like Y'shtola and Grahatia, don't know what they're talking about, then there's a huge question about the echo. How common was it? Now, if I am wrong and Enrique is right, and everyone was just skating around with an echo, or hardly anyone was, like, I don't care either way, but I am fascinated because, like I said, once again, I keep repeating myself, and I feel like that's stupid, but I am fascinated with how Final Fantasy has tried to explain away certain realities of having an MMO. And it's like, yeah. Okay, so here's Lucid stuff. Oh boy. I'm going to have a little bit of a problem. The encyclopedia is a labor of love. A love for Eorzea is a compilation of our forebears, of their histories and legends, and of their fables and folk tales, is a chronicle left by those who strove to unlock Eorzea's myriad mysteries, that all who followed might better understand. Great readers, is dedicated to those who call Eorzea their home, and to those who will do so ere the day. It is dedicated to those who would give their blood to see the realm persevere. It is dedicated to you, the reader, with hope the knowledge contained within these pages will serve as a guide on our never-ending journey to a better tomorrow. This, to me, does not say that the Charlians wrote this. We're going to take that paragraph at its face value. In fact, it's breaking the fourth wall here. However, if recollection of self-proclaimed heroes are to be believed, okay, so that is where, like, unreliable is being called up. Hydaelyn will often attempt to make contact with those who possess the echo, sometimes in the form of a voice, other times in the form of a vision, and still others in the form of enhanced senses or protective barriers to shield against powerful magics. What we achieve, we get all of those. These boons have been called blessings of light, yet despite their frequency, little is known about them. However, it is assumed that many of the miracles which appear in myth and legend are actually instances of Hydaelyn bestowing her blessing upon an individual. And I'm guessing that we got all of them because we are, her, like the whole, we were part Asian. So we might have like a stronger link, perhaps. But going back to this, I don't, if it said, this encyclopedia is a labor of love, a Charlayan love for Eorzea. But like Charlayan didn't love Eorzea. It's a compilation of knowledge of our forebears. Once again, like, this could come from Charlayan because the Charlayans initially came from, from the main continent. But I don't know. This is not quite it. But I look forward to Tab. Oh, Tab. Oh, he's coming for me. Okay, I'm gonna Tab. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna have to do some snipping. Thanks so much, Tab. Sorry about you having to stop your work here. Can we switch? I appreciate this a lot. Okay, so let's see. Tab has come through for us, everyone. We're going to Switches. Nope, this is the same thing. Oh, nope, this is not the same thing. Check it out. Check it out here. Okay, so here we have, it is a compilation based upon the testimony of the signs of the Seven Dawn, whose momentous revelations have left academia in a state of upheaval. So this is an Endwalker, because they're talking about Talofaroi here. So this is like post Shadowbringers, I'm guessing. So this must be the third book. So we can choose to decide that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn don't know what they're talking about. So when they say Silver Tear made Echo happen more, they could be lying on purpose or misinformed. Right? So this clearly states this might have been written by Charlans, but it's clearly based off of the Scions here. It is a compilation based on the testimony of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. So either the Scions are lying or they are misinformed. This is the question. But here's the thing, okay? So what if, remember what our this person said up here, right? It says, when she received the echo, it is unclear. It appears she may have received it during or immediately after the Battle of Silver Tear Skies. Certain members of the Path actually mentioned that event was believed to have been when the echo first sounded, what they referred to as the fall of the Keeper, and that even Menphilia believed that theory at first, but then she started having second thoughts. So my feeling is it is still very possible that more people got Echo after the Silver Tear Lake incident, but there were people with Echo before. And this compilation is based on the Scions who are working with experiential data or what people have told them. Yes, so Lucid's, yours was very similar to this, but it doesn't have this part here, right? Right? So this is actually, don't read this party. I'm erasing it. There we go. You didn't see anything, party. Right, party? No! Okay, wait a minute. Okay, good. Don't look. Because anyway. So here's the thing. Are the Scions okay, epic. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay. So book 3 Revelations are covered by the Scions. Book 2 Revelations are covered by other people. Book 1 Revelations are covered by Eorzean historians and, let's say, Charlans. What if we said that? Book 1 was Eorzean and Charlans. But here's my question, okay? Here's my question. If we read book 3 right now, we can look at what is in book 3 and we can look at what we have known so far from what we've played in Endwalker and Shadowbringers. Right? So we can then judge, surely, as readers, we can then judge and say the signs of the Seventh Dawn are fairly reliable, and we know that most of what we are reading in this book is true. Right? Or true insofar as we now know for the narrative. Like tomorrow, the writers could come out and retcon something. Right? So like tomorrow, like the devs could come out and retcon tomorrow something, and then book parts of book 3 could be no longer 100% true. So here's my question for both Enrique and Lucid, since they have the lore books. Could Lucid's or Enrique send me book 1's? Is there any entry in book 1 or book 2 about the heart of Sabik in Ultima Weapon? Can you send that to me? Because this will test my theory on how they're doling out information. And this is where my issue lies. Because if we are questioning what book 1 and book 2 are saying on a fundamental level, not like a superficial level, then we're going to have to like question everything really right up till now. Yeah. Yeah. I just wonder, like, for example, the Ultima Weapon and Heart of Sabik, if everyone has done Endwalker, like post Endwalker content, we know that there's more going on in that scene than we see in A Realm Reborn. And I'm going to assume that the lore books for book 1 are not going to have any hint of the information that could potentially be in book 3 regarding the Heart of Sabik and Ultima Weapon. Yeah. Exactly, Epic. But then my question is, we still have to have like a fundamental understanding of general reality. That's where I don't like it when it's abused too broadly. It's okay if it's like a lower point here, a lower point there, but if you're doing it to game your own system, then yeah. I'll be on the searching journey. Lucids, don't if you want to have a rest, don't overstress yourself looking through your lore book. But I'm just very curious about how they're doling out information. So far, I've enjoyed all of their retcons. I have no issues. So if tomorrow they came out and they were like, yeah, everyone has, blah, blah, blah. Lucid is saying, oh, again. Every time Lucid says, oh, I start like mentally freaking out. Book 5, kobolds take over the world. No. Party. Brace yourself. The goblins take over the world. Everyone has to talk in the goblin speech with the psh. Chat. I am here to tell you that it wasn't until Party read some dialogue out loud from the goblins that I realized that the psh thing was their face mask gear stuff. Yeah, Epic. For me, my issue with the unreliable narrator is when, yeah, it's used as a way to bypass writer deficiencies, for sure. Oh, miracles. Please send that to me. Is everyone with their lore books open right now? How many people here have their lore books open? Let's count some hands in chat. How many lore books are open right now? I'm guessing Ben's is open, or some version of it. Miracos, Lucid's, and Enrique is probably somewhere. Oh. 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 Yes, epic. The Bible of yours. Wow, that's awesome, Lucid. You and Enrique. Where do I put it? Miracos, maybe you can put it under gaming chat or screenshot chat and maybe put a little spoiler on it so then I can look at it before party sees it. Miracos. Well, you know what? You got one more than me. I just haven't gotten to getting them. But I do really want to get them. I should. As a strong supporter of of this game. Oh, tab. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So what we can get from here, from what Tab showed me, obviously, the writers had not probably fully scoped out what they were going to do with Ultima Weapon and the Heart of Sabik when they were writing A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Now, if they had already started thinking about it, that's fine. If they haven't, that's fine. In fact, if they hadn't, them being able to go back and make that scene even more powerful is mind-blowing. Like we should all be in awe of these lore masters. Okay? Now, I don't want to crap on WoW here, but WoW people should be sitting there. Like if WoW wants to attempt like an actual arcing narrative, they need to sit there and take some notes. And that's just my opinion as a writer. Once again, I don't want to tell people what to do, but I think for retconning, hands down, this team is very respectful, but also very, very. Oh my goodness, Tab, are you flexing on me? I think Tab's flexing on me now. He's just sending me photos of all of his lore books, all of his picture books. Gagging, Tab, gagging. I'm going to send a thank you to Tab. Thanks, Tab. Heart. Tab has actually been a real bro. Not gonna lie. One time we were in, I forget where it was. We were in like was it Limsa? And we were just like standing around for hours emoting with Tab. Oh, okay. I got something from Miracos here. Very similar. Oh, and look on the side that Miracos posted. So Miracos posted this. And on the side it says, the destruction wrought by Ultima was, according to eyewitness accounts, due to a volcanic eruption. To this day, the precise nature and origins of the Heart of Sabik, the mysterious artifact La Habrea used to invoke the ancient magic, remains unknown. So clearly the writers didn't fully know how much they were going to use. And then over time, they retconned their stuff. And it made more and more sense. Which, I mean, more power to them, right? I'm not mad. And in order to justify some of this additional knowledge, they're using the unreliable narrator to say, look, these people, these Eorzean historians, these Sharlayans, didn't know anymore. Oh, wow. Now everyone's sending me photos of their lore books. Okay. Okay. Tears. Oh, man. You know what? I will get there, everyone, okay? And then I'll be like reading lore books and making everyone fall asleep to my lore book ASMR. Hey, Epic. That is, like everyone has the IP that they know really well, right, Epic? I currently don't really. I guess the IP that I know really well is House of Nicolo, and it's not really an IP. Enrique giving me tongue out. Enrique. We know. So, Enrique is right. There is a level of unreliable narrator, which means that this poster saying that there's uncertainty around it is more correct, whereas this person, Aethys Asher, is taking things more at face value. In some aspects, though, you could say, this being 9 years old, he is being honest in terms of the fact that he is repeating what historians within Eorzea and Sharlayans within Eorzea and the Scions within Eorzea could know at the time. And that these lore books have been fixed, as it were, or retconned in this respectful kind of way to fill out this picture. Oh no, is it already 2.5 hours? Oh Lord, this is bad. I've only got 8 minutes. Okay, we're just going to say Ul'dah is fucked and we'll move on.
Let alone whilst their peoples were divided and squabbling. The only foreseeable means to predict and weather the approaching storm was the intelligence collected by Warburton, and with his death there were some who began to entertain plans of necromancy in order to extract it from him. Believing something even worse than the Garleans to be looming on the horizon of which Warburton had known, the conspiring aristocrat Neil Fresnay set out to resurrect the father of young Acilia using long-forbidden magics. But upon preparing for the ritual, he found that the body had been taken, and Neil Fresnay was immediately assassinated by a robed agent, presumably the Garlean spy rumored to have infiltrated the city. Unbeknownst to those around her, Acilia had discovered the truth of her father's knowledge herself as the echo awakened within her, and she now determined to bury her past from all whom would hunt her for it, changing her appearance and name to fit a new identity. Acilia disappeared, and in her place, the enigmatic young Minfilia set out upon the world.
Okay, so I want to just pause there. Once again, I don't want to get too spoilery, but I like how Endwalker pays off this whole story. Now, for all of us 2.0 Andys, this probably makes like that story probably was like, oh, that's nice, like whatever. But I feel like the fact that they still included some callbacks to this whole situation later on, I feel like that's so respectful for, especially for the 1.0. It makes it's a callback to a time where they're saying, yeah, that existed, and that is like where we're at. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they're not shoving their lore away and pretending like it didn't exist. Sword? What sword? You know what I mean? Okay, that's me being very mean. Okay, I should stop that. Now you recall Preach. He hated Kana Senna until he read the short stories. LOL. Kana Senna. Yeah, you and me. So another thing that is funny that chat probably won't know is that Tab and I are like stream. We stalk streamers, and then we'll be like, "Hey, did you see so and so the other day?" So one thing is that Kana Senna, for example, and the whole Gradania situation is it's not easy for everyone to just get into. So it is always a journey. Yeah, Ben. Are you also an MSQ vampire, Ben? You can come out. This is a quadruple A MSQ Alcoholics Anonymous. Yeah, epic. Maybe it's my teacher's nature. Necromancy needs more rep in 14. Ooh, that would be kind of cool. I wonder what we would res. Yeah. Stream gossipers. Oh, Ben is part of the MSQ vampires. yeah. Lucids, you do the VOD thing, right? You do the VOD thing. So otherwise, like Richard Campbell, stalling way. Anyway, I just want to say that I really appreciate how Neil Fresney comes back, or like there's a callback. Not that he comes back, but there's a callback to that, and I kind of like how they don't abandon 1.0 entirely.
Of the Echo across the realm and establish the path of the 12 at the Waking Sands.
So this is Minfilia Asilia era, where she's a minor.
Presumably with some help from the wealth and resources of Flamin. The next decade begun with Darnus' 7th Legion being dispatched to Alamigo to join Baelsar's 14th, and the relative calm slipped away as the Garleans began to dispatch units into the Black Shroud to scout against the Gridanians and annex Gelmoran ruins in 1572, the year which marked the advent of 1.0. The Hedge, a magical barrier sustained.
Okay, so here we finally enter 1.0. So all of this is pre 1.0. That is crazy for me, okay, everyone? I'm having a mind flip over here because for some reason I always equated Silver Tear Lake Battle with the fall of Dalamud because it was in the same trail. Like, no, it wasn't in the same trailer, but it always mentally, for some reason, was always linked together. But clearly not. Clearly, this happened like years and years before. And then now 1.0 is starting. That is wild. Interesting, Ben. Maybe they could call it something else, right? Because like Reapers basically have stuff and Black Mages are doing stuff. So maybe they could just call it something else. But it could be effectively Necromancer, but just it would be called something else. It would be like another kind of summoner. So hot take, everyone. There's a lot of talk about what do we do post 100? And my idea would actually not be to go beyond 100 per se. It would be to have like branches off of classes, very similar to like class skins. So then you could have like a summoner who's also just summoning, like the Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda would transform into 3 or 4 animals or whatever, right? Because there's 5 summons for summoner. So then there would be like 5 animals, or you could do 5 undead, something like that. Yeah, Lucids, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think you're right. Like, I think there could be a way to have a form of necromancy, but I think they just don't want to posit it as that. Although I personally think Reapers and Black Mages are pretty close to some really dark stuff, right? Which I'm totally all there for, but but I would vote for skins. Yes, epic. I did not know Guild Wars 2 gets like that toward the end. I had no idea. I'm still early days with Guild Wars 2. So, but I would go horizontal progression. I know that can make class balance really messed up. So, but that's why I'm saying it would be more or less a skin, like maybe have like overworld specialties that you can do that will affect overworld content like fates and things, but like keep everything static for the raids and everything. Even Dark Knight is sketchy. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Oh, that's interesting, Epic. I'm just worried about Elite specialization and how it could damage certain meta. But if they can balance it well, somehow, get AI to do it. I don't know. So anyway, so now we got to 1.0.
Edge, a magical barrier sustained by the Pajali and constituent of the pact between Gridania and the Elementals, was broken again and again, and the subsequent Woodwrath saw the 12s would often regressing to a wild and hostile place for all within. Two strange travelers named Ida and Papalimo crash-landed in the Shroud, were discovered by a fresh young adventurer possessing of the Echo, and although their interest in discerning whether the Gridanians were preparing for war with the Garleans led some to suspect them to be spies, the duo were eventually revealed to be members of Louis Soir's Circle of Knowing. The Gridanian authorities were propagating theories that a number of locals, including a man...
Oh, Pagels! I have a thing about Pagels. I just think they're so fascinating and weird. They're like the low-key dark horses. Maybe also, like, I don't know. Anyway, Pagels, so strange, so weird. Forgive us, 'tis not oft those versed in Moogle speak fall from the sky. Well, I mean, typical Gridanians, like, it's like racism central. Yeah. Yeah, Epic. I think if the writers put their mind to it, I think anything can make sense. My concern is balance. With the more stuff you shove into this game, the more difficult it will get to balance. And then meta will naturally form, and then people will get really terrible. Let's all say that. Because like there are people who want to raid at a certain tier. And yeah, meta can just make things really tough. But we'll see. We'll see what happens post 100. For now, I find it very interesting that this is how your player is first introduced. Is being chased by a treant with Papalimo and Nita. I'm assuming it's because this player chose specific races, and so now they're in the Gridania, but like would it look different if they had chosen another class, or did all classes start in the same zone? Maybe someone can tell me.
Gridanians were preparing for war with the Garleans led some to suspect them to be spies. The duo were eventually revealed to be members of Louis Soir's Circle of Knowing. The Gridanian authorities were propagating theories that a number of locals, including a man named Dunstan, had been taken by the wood, essentially tempered by the elementals and become wildlings. This gave the absent men a visage behind which they could scout and plan against Gharlean forces without inducing panic or tipping off spies. But a young boy named Krim took to the forest in a rage over it supposedly taking Dunstan, set fire to a great tree which summoned forth a furious elemental. The adventurer managed to pacify this elemental, but during the subsequent ritual to cleanse the green sin from those who were involved in these events, they collapsed, overwhelmed by the echo. The echo.
What's so interesting is that they have these elementals in Eureka, and it's interesting to see its form here. Trying to think if I've ever seen this form. And look, the elementals have little horns like the Pajals. Oh, hello, Wooly. Oh, yeah, it also reminds... Yeah, party. Yeah, it kind of does look like the relic thing as well. The anima relic weapon.
Pacify this elemental, but during the subsequent ritual to cleanse the green sin from those who were involved in these events, they collapsed, overwhelmed by the echo. The echo resonated concurrently with adventurers traveling to both Limsa Luminsa and Uldar. The former met the Sharlayan Y'shtola in transit aboard a ship which suffered both a tempest and an attack by creatures frenzied by the proximity of Leviathan. These adventurers found Lenosha to be all but crippled by partisan pirates competing for possession of a legendary treasure, and relentless attacks by Sahagin and tempered serpent reavers, in no state to defend against reigniting Gharlean aggression. An Asian moonlighting as a Duskwhite named Travan Shay conspired as an intermediary between pirates and Sahagin to see the Limsa Lamentas remain fractured and obtain a key to the Swallowtail Rome, presumably exploring the possibility of using it to release the great serpents Thaleos and Perikos. They're enchained by Limlaean to cause another realm-wide flood. Thankfully, this ambition has so far amounted to naught. The latter adventure...
Interesting. So there were these two other beings that were locked away by Laman, and now they're... Interesting. Yeah, remember that you wash yourself with enough aether and weird shit's gonna happen. Oh wow, Epic is going back in time. The Leviathan was so strong the game crashed.
had scarce reached Uldar before falling in and out of a disorienting series of echoes regarding the young Asilia and the conspiracy surrounding her father's death. Past and present melted together for a time, and although this adventurer would not connect Minfilia with her younger self for some time, it would seem to them as though they had met the child Asilia and the woman Minfilia both within the same week. As these three arcs reached their climax upon the same time across the city-states, they observed one of a sporadic series of star...
Okay, so once again, your class choice would determine where you started, and where you started would have its own little storyline, and it would all mount to a very similar connection point.
Showers. A misunderstood foreshadowing of the lesser moon's descent, which was already growing larger in the sky. The Echo overwhelmed adventurers across the realm whom would later become warriors of light, and agents of the Path of the 12 in each city bid them travel to the Waking Sands and meet with the antecedent Minfilia. After accepting her offer to walk the path, each adventurer was paired with a companion of complementary skills and implored to assist in a rescue effort of sylphs threatened by a Gharlean unit advancing into the East Shroud.
Okay, I just want to say that I actually like Minfilia's outfit. Am I... Oh, party hates her. But don't you think her outfit looks nicer than her? Okay. All right. So I'm not totally crazy. Is she ratchet? Yes, her hair is especially ratchet. But I just feel like her outfit looks cool. Yeah, her 2.0 outfit's like for me. Oh, it might have been racial Ben. Interesting. That is so fascinating. But it had a butt window, says Ben. Ah, yes, the men in chat are reminding us of true priorities. Oh, interesting, Enrique. It belonged to Philomene? OMG, Enrique dropping the lore bombs here. So basically, Minfilia is wearing her mom's clothing, whom she thinks is dead. A little bit, you know. And the reason why there's a butt window is because Philomene was basically a dancer slash singer. Okay, so basically, Philomene is going to hook us up with certain people from the Scions, and we're going to do a thing. I feel like 2.0 was basically a repeat in some ways of all of this. But yeah. I think it works personally. Because everyone has a different starting point, but it's not it all converges, so then like everyone's brought into a similar story fairly early on.
Into the
Oh my lord, we've triggered Tab and Ben. Oh no.
East Shroud. After rescuing a number of podlings, the adventurers were assured by the sylphs that although they could never consider fleeing from the Twelveswood, the cost of summoning their primal to combat the Garleans would be a greater evil. They had seen the Ixal and the Amaljar tempered and poisoned, and may have already suspected the true nature of the so-called paragons. The other beast tribes had, on the other hand, become increasingly scant in trading crystals with the city-states through the interlocutors of the Ash Crown Consortium, opting in their heightened state of tension to hoard them for the summoning and sustenance of their primals. The Garlean occupation of Silvertier left only small natural clusters of crystal elsewhere. Their reigniting activity begat beast tribe aggression, and this in turn further motivated the imperial animosity to the beast tribes and their icons. The consortium requested that the Path of the 12 assist in re-establishing negotiations with the Ixal and Amaljar that had begun to skirmish over crystal harvests in eastern Thanalan. Although they were pacified, attempts to reconcile these factions with one another and with the Ash Crown negotiators failed. The silent appearance of a winged, bestial Ascian scattered them before any progress could be made, and the consortium returned to Gridania with only a single abandoned bag of crystals.
What's very interesting is that at this stage, the Scions are being called hither and thither to effect these reconciliations, and it's not really working. And and also what's really fascinating is that the Scions are not they're not like a military organization. Like, they don't have everything under control. So, that's pretty, you know what I mean? Like, it feels realistic to me that a whole bunch of academics would be kind of flailing about. Even with 1.0 Warriors of Light in tow, the situation is just so nutbar.
Shortly thereafter, Baelsar's airships began dropping link pearls over the city-states with a disquieting missive. Explaining the intent of the beast tribes to call forth their icons, the message promised protection under imperial rule. If the states only determined to eradicate the beast races and all, including those possessing the echo that communes with them. Minfilia formed an
Oh, well, that's fantastic. The message goes on to say that if the city-states were to accept imperial rule, they'd be granted the protection of the empire. That's great. It's like, like your siblings leaning on you and like choking you, being like, you want my protection. And you're like, I never did that as an older sibling. Hither and thither just sounds so silly. I mean, let's all be real. It is. What I find so fascinating is that at this stage we can see that the empire was attempting their air quote reconciliation at this stage, and I think that makes Varys's reach out later in Shadowbringers, it makes more sense in that context. It's not just a plot point contrivance. It's something that they've done before and they are willing to try again.
unpopular idea that the Walkers of the Path might be able to ally with and unite the beast tribes against this oppression. To this end, adventurers traveled to the Amaljar stronghold of Pagothan, hoping to be granted audience with their leaders and Paragon associates. They were immediately captured and offered no discourse, dragged into the labyrinth and cast before the Amaljar's patron
Pagothan, where the best aiming set is.
Ifrit, along with several other prisoners. The adventurers attempted to parley with the primal, but his response was to temper the entire congregation, of which only the adventurers were immune. Ifrit assumed from this that the adventurers were enthralled to another primal, revealed that the Paragon...
Oh, this sounds so familiar. Holy moly. So we were already blessed at this point.
had warned him of them and entreated him to spare their lives on the condition that the adventurers themselves forsake the summoning of their own deity. Minfilia had not yet considered the Echo to have been gifted by a particular deity and
it was by design. Yeah, so it seems like we had our Echo and our Blessing of Light pre-Dalamud, and then post-Dalamud, we have to regain everything again. And my guess is that with the wash of ether that, wiped our memories, we were reset in all other forms. So we had to be restarted again. Like a computer gone wrong.
Following the adventurer's flight from Pagothan, the news gave her some pause. The Path soon received a distress call.
Oh, I'm just pausing this for Party Sober. Here, actually, I'll just go back a little bit. There you go, Party. This is like Geralt 2.0, right? It's kind of like Geralt had a baby with Hildebrand. Okay, let's keep going.
The Path soon received a distress call.
Party, when you get home, you should share the screenshot you did of your wall with Geralt. Was that Graha? What was Graha? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you maybe showed it to me. I just don't want to go through our chat. Party got my first birthday gift for her. How very nice. I feel like she sent me a photo of her perving on Geralt. Yes! Here it is. Everyone, this is Party's character doing pervy things. Look at that. Look at that and weep, everyone. What is that fembro planning to do? Oh, go back in the video, Miracos. I can do that. We can totally do that. I bet you were watching him hammer that relic, Party. Wooly, Party has problems, okay? Yeah, Epic. Look at that female gaze right there. She has bad tastes, apparently. That I will say Nadra is a cutie. She is very cute. And then up here, this is what I do in my spare time. I'm just dancing in a certain zone. So, yeah. Dancing by myself. Yeah. We'll hook you up with the bee's knees. Anyway, all right, let's go back. Mikoros says there is a red-headed Mikote, and if there is, I must see this.
Afrit assumed from this that the
Oh, but it looks like a female. This looks like a female.
adventurers were enthralled to another.
And I only say that because her body pose, her idol pose, is a female Mikote pose, I think.
Revealed that the Paragon had.
Why do I know these things? Because if Party has a problem with Geralt, I have a problem with all fluffy-tailed Miko boys.
Warned him of them and entreated him to spare their lives on the condition that the adventurers themselves forsake the summoning of their own deity. Minfilia had not yet considered the Echo to have been gifted by a particular deity, and following the adventurer's flight from Pagothan, the news gave her some pause. The path soon received a distress call from members of the Alamegan resistance operating in the East Shroud that had sighted still more Imperial forces. And
yeah, I'm afraid, Mikoros, this looks like right here. It looks like the so if we go here,
some pause.
This is a girl. Sadly. Yeah. It's a girl. Yeah. Boys generally have a slouch back. And their hands usually curl a bit more. Now, sometimes the pose will be altered. So, for example, with Graha, in Shadowbringers Graha, they gave him a different pose to put people off. But in A Realm Reborn, Graha stands like a regular Miko male. Do I have Mikote sickness? Ben, Chieko is very aware of the Miko body. Mirokos, this is my current background, just so you know. Yeah. So, do I have a problem? The answer is yes. But I can see why, because the hair has that red tinge. And usually Graha's hair has a bit of a rounded and then pulls a bit back at the nape. And this looks close enough, so I can see why you might think that, actually. So my heart was pounding for a bit, but no. Although we now have a full picture of this incoming guy wearing a subliguar, so more stuff for party. Same hairstyle, then my mistake. Hey, no problem, Mirokos. I too was excited for a moment. My guess right now in this lore time period, my guess is that Raha would be in Charlan or on the Isle of Val. That's my guess. Oh, okay, Lucids. Going to bed. That's all right. Sleep well. Dream of lore. I'm glad that you're interested in the lore, and that hopefully we can chat more in the Discord and on other weeks. Also, like Vieira girls more. Hey, Vieira girls are easy on the eyes. When my one brother played, he instantly went to a Vieira girl, and as soon as I got him to Waking Sands, he glammed so fast. It was hilarious. Yeah, Ben, it helped that Crystal Tower wasn't voiced. Otherwise, people would have been on that like white on rice. But I will say this, like, if it had been voiced, would they have just made Raha's voice like super old and crackly, and maybe that could have put people off? So it's a question for the ages. Are Femcos the most popular race still? I think so. While Graha is a Miko, his soul is of a puppy. You are 100% right, Wally. He definitely has dog energy. Clearly have not been standing behind Graha staring. Ben, I am not into add-ons. I think add-ons can destroy a game easily. But holy moly. Holy moly. When I was doing MSQ again as Chieko, I downloaded a G-Pose mod and used it briefly in the Crystal Tower arc so I could get my max Graha screenshots. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, let's keep going.
The path soon received a distress call from members of the Alamegan resistance operating in the East Shroud that had sighted still more Imperial forces, and upon arrival the adventurers learned that one scout was still being pursued through the forest with knowledge that if she were captured could prove the undoing of the resistance. The adventurers succeeded in rescuing the scout, and with her squad they returned to the Waking Sands where Minfilia and a companion of the adventurers learned of the Resistance's desperate plan to steal a Garlean airship from Silvertier and use it to drive the Empire out of Alamigo. Minfilia insisted that similar plans had been made before and met with catastrophic failure and waste of life. But the Resistance fighters were determined that fear of failure would not deter them from trying. The adventurers arrived in Mordona in time to watch the Resistance being casually and thoroughly routed, and they themselves were lured deep into the mists beneath the skeletal Agrias.
So my takeaway from all of that is Alamigo, like Ulda, is kind of like fucked. Oh no! Oh no! People have died. Waking Sands 1.0. Minus 1.0. Oh dear. Oh no. He did it! Party! Oh! Potato fried. No. Oh my, that's a shot.
You are wise to come here.
Oh, thank you for coming in for a save.
As you wish.
That's okay, guys. This is super fun. We're all good. Oh wow.
The coin spent your shadow in the still.
Well, that's fun.
The adventurers escaped with
Okay, let's pause there. There's no way we can go without making some commentary here, right? Okay, so first off, I'm going to say that Alamegans for me as a race were not, they didn't draw me in. I was more interested in the weirdness of the Podgels or even the Numo, actually, and the Pixies really did it for me. But the reason why I actually didn't mind Stormblood was, for me, Stormblood was the wake up call when Xenos beat me. And I actually felt that loss the first time we lost to him. Even though mentally in my head, I was like, this is a narrative thing they're doing. I applauded it. I liked it. And how and there were other things about Stormblood that I liked. And one day I'll get into talking about that. So Alamegans for me, it's hard for me to like feel terrible about them, but I will say the one Alamegan who really stands out to me beyond Fordola and Arnvold would be Wilred. I feel like Wilred, with his friend who was raped and all of that, I think there's something there that was very interesting. Gundobald, and all of that. In here, of course, this is like Waking Sand. Everyone dying, which I love. I do like how 14 will kill people off, but it has a role and it's within a certain narrative limitation. Killing Lalafels, that's right. Just take him out. Gaius is hot. Okay, so here's what I found so interesting. We got all of these academics. There's 4 of them, plus you, just standing there. And they can't overcome one bro, which just shows that, like, once again, the Scions really aren't amped up to be, like, massive fighters at this stage, right? They haven't yet quite been. Probably Thancred's the most spry along with Ida. But like everyone else is pretty they're struggling. What I also find super super cool is that the movement and the animation of this is really high. So you can see that they were putting a lot into making their scenes look good. So even if it was like a PowerPoint at some point in time, like we all have to admit, like if it was sped up and if it was smoothed out and everything, it does look really good. And and for me, it is really sad because all of that money and all of that hard work and effort was undone by a lack of cohesion in terms of the development process. And then because of that, they were running on a tighter budget to create two MMOs essentially, right? So they were building up 1.0 while they were working on 2.0. And 2.0, in my opinion, lacked some of that fun animation and all of that high quality stuff to a certain degree. And it's really not until post ARR and Heaven's Word where the income became more steady that I think they were able to recoup. They were countering his bullets, yes. They were countering his bullets, but they weren't taking him down. Like for me, I'm more about effect, I guess. Like, does it work? So for me, I'm like, yes, that's great that you can stand up to Gaius Van Baelsar. Oh, that's that's cool that you can stand up to that. But they're not taking him down though. You know what I mean? Like maybe Thancred and Yida together, but it feels like they have to like step in quite a bit. I don't know. It was the Wolves' first defeat in terms of combat. Yeah, Ben. I really felt it. It hit me hard. Like I think when I first lost to Xenos and I realized I was meant to lose to Xenos and something was happening to my Warrior of Light, I was like, it was very similar to when Midgar Sommer took my Blessing of Light from me. But for some reason, Xenos, it hit more for me. And I remember just sitting back and like staring at the ceiling, just like what? Stormblood was saved by Susanoo. I think Hien is when Party perked up. Gaius is pretty boss though, let's be fair. Yeah. Garleans like Gaius also wear power armor, and I feel like that never comes off as being power armor outside of lore. That is such an interesting point to make. Yeah, and also we now know, like with Wurlet and everything, there was a whole mecha aside to the Garleans. And yeah. Oh, really? Well, I mean, those two are always jiving to take LB3 and Endwalker, aren't they? Yeah, Estinian has Nidhogg. I definitely know. I definitely know. Oh yeah, that's right, Party. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So Party and I are low key shipping Estinian and Alice, and we believe that if things were allowed to flourish naturally, it would be an enemies to lover kind of thing once she grew up, like once she hit her majority. Of course, they're not probably going to ever do that, but that's our headcanon. Party and I also headcanon Nanamo and Pippin together. I'm pretty sure, right, Party? We see Nanamo and Pippin together. Estinian versus Gaius. Or Estinian versus Alice. I think in terms of combat experience, Estinian definitely wins out for sure. Absolutely. 110%. But if we're talking about power leveling, maybe. I don't know. Oh my gosh, good point, Epic. Yeah. And they may even have ways to enhance that eye, right? Allie. Oh my good lord, Ben. Ben. Wooly, if they go the route that they should go with Allie, I think she could go down that road. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Look how far we're getting. We're almost to the end now.
The adventurers escaped with the aid of the Circle of Knowing agents, whom implored them not to throw away their lives aimlessly and directed them to seek the one that had blessed them. This new path would eventually lead them to Cid Garland, Archon Louis-Sois Le Veilleur, victorious confrontations with Ifrit, Garuda, and Mogulmog XII, and desperate attempts to halt the onset of Meteor. Following the increase in imperial aggression and relative calming of domestic conflicts thanks to the adventurers, Gridania, Uldar, and Limsa Leminsa each worked to reinstate their historical grand companies in order to present a united front. The elder Seedseer, Khan Isena, having lived for a long time within the Twelveswood as an intermediate,
Oh my lord, it's Arun
returned
Senna.
to
Arun Senna! And what's his face? E. Doesn't it begin with an E? Meanwhile, Epic is like, excuse me, the small king is clearly most powerful. Isumiyan, yeah. So, here's a low-key thing. IRL. So, Arun Senna, I actually really like him. I liked his character. I liked how snotty he was. I loved Arun Senna. And when I heard his voice, I was like, oh, that's perfect. But what was hilarious is that Arun Senna, for some reason, reminded me of my littlest brother. So I would send photos of Arun Senna to my brother and tell him, like, oh, this is you. He hated it because at one point, my little brother had very long hair at the front. And so he was like going for some, like, I don't know, thing. And I was like, is this you? And he was like, what is that? Ah, no. He wears shorts when it's cold. He is clearly psychotic. I like his little green kilt. I like the little green kilt. I have a thing. Oh, hey, Johnny. We're watching Final Fantasy 14 lore. We're in severe issues here. It is almost 11 p.m. We've been doing this since 7:45. And we are 20 minutes in. So that's like 3.5 hours, maybe, for 20 minutes. Chat is basically Chad. We did have some strong tangents. We went down a rabbit hole. Enrique, Lucids, Ben, me, Koros, a whole bunch of people came to our rescue with tons of lore books and pictures. It was just so great so far. If your goal is to have a fun stream, you've been succeeding every time. Oh, that's thanks, Epic. Well, I'm glad like no one's bored at least, so that's good. Mirokos, Mirokos. My apologies, Mirokos, and Ben and Enrique or Tab. We found out today that Enrique is actually Tab, who is an old, well, I say old friend, but he's a good friend in the game. It's probably Party. She's probably sending out like free liquor to everybody. She's liquoring up chat. But we did have some good lore talks, because basically like there were some aspects, I'm going to be frank, that I didn't know before. So even if you know, even if it was a bit crazy in terms of like some of this stuff, we were really getting into it, but generally speaking, like wow, right? Pretty cool. Pretty heavy stuff, and I'm here for it. I'm loving this lore. Mirokos. I'm going to keep saying it until I get it right. I have not so many viewers, so I feel like I should get names right, but I'm going to be frank. Even as a teacher, I was horrific. I would sometimes just be like you with the red stripes. Oh, is it drugs, Party? Oh, do tell. Mirokos, this has indeed been fun. Well, I'm so glad that people were able to pull out their books and share their knowledge. If I dressed in winter according to where I feel cold, all I'd wear is boots, gloves, and earmuffs, and nothing else? Oh, Mirokos knows. So would Woolly Ram be like that guy that got shafted by Gaius? Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like he'd just be running around, waving like a flag in the wind. That's unless Woolly is a female and we don't know it. Johnny is dying over there, I'm assuming. Yeah. Woolly would be wearing an Alamegan subligar. Epic. Is that thought doing something for you? Oh dear, this stream is it's going down some kind of pervy mountain valley. But we'll all blame Party, right, chat? We're all going to say it's Party's fault. It started with her femro. Started with her... Oh, yes, that's right. Right. Okay. Moving on. We're getting derailed. We gotta finish this. Wooly is not a fan of leather. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, we'll just say it's... I will say as well, I just want to, as an aside, I love Final Fantasy art. Doesn't matter what game it is. I just feel like Amano is... I'm assuming this is Amano, but it could be someone else, but I love the aesthetic. It's so medieval. Oh my lord. Epic, does your wall have Notice Me Senpai when Xenos comes around? I have this mental image of Epic's wool going after Asahi to take out the competition. Or Asahi's like, you're here to take out the competition? And Epic's wool is like, bruh, you would like to be the competition. Anyway, okay. Let's keep going.
Historical grand companies in order to present a united front. The elder seed seer, Khan Isena, having lived for a long time within the Twelveswood as an intermediary, returned to Gridania after noticing the increasingly strange phenomena and behavior throughout the wood and its beasts reacting to the steady descent of Dalamud. Captain Merwib Blofusween had established herself as chief.
Is anyone else feeling like Merweeb's blow his ween sounds like blow his ween? Am I the only one who thinks that? Epic has his whole backstory. Well, there you go. Epic versus Asahi. It's like, what? Yeah.
Admiral of the Vilbrand thalassocracy over the course of the adventurer's absence from Limsa Lominsa, and an Alamegan gladiator named Raban al-Din had found himself a place on the Syndicate of Uldar by buying the Colosseum with his winnings and earning the trust and friendship of Sultana Nanamo ul-Namo. These three figures inherited the leadership of the Grand Companies, spurred to the acceptance of their necessity by Archons Urianger and Louis Soir, whom had succeeded in warning them of the approaching Seventh Umbral calamity. The adventurers learned that the Grand Companies had been investigating strange phenomena of the same kind that Khan Isena had been experiencing in the Twelveswood. Searching for a cause, they captured a number of Garlean spies and recovered Magitech components, which they sent to Sid Garlon's ironworks for analysis. Sid was able to discern that Nail Van Darnus had in fact set in motion the Meteor project, and despite Baelsar's insistence that it was an even greater evil than the Primals, the 7th Legion began launching attacks against the Eorzean cities in order to distract them from the establishment of Castrum Novum in Mordona and the Allagan lunar transmitter housed inside. Hoping to undermine Darnus but unwilling to resort to treason, Baelsar allowed the adventurers to retrieve plans for the transmitter from Castrum Novum, which—
Look at that, Gaius Van Baelsar. Such devastation should not be our intention. And Van Darnus was like, oh, you want to see? You want to see? You want to see me? The one detriment to appreciating Merleweeb is Limsa. I will say that when I was watching the first clips of the 3 city-state heads, out of the 3, Merleweeb stood out to me as most interesting. But I looked at the outfits for the Grand Companies, and I checked out what some of the final gear will look like, and I chose the Immortal Flames, because simply based on that. But Merleweeb's voice actress is very, very good. She gives me like Star Trek Captain kind of vibes, which I think is just strong. But anyway, I love how Gaius Van Baelsar, at this point, even though he's been beating up the Scions and behaving like a dick, he is not like a dick, you know? Nanamo's potato trash. Yeah, I mean, Nanamo and Ulda aren't my favorite. I would say as a zone, Gridania does it for me. But Merleweeb in terms of her character design, like physically how they drew her, how they voiced her, she's just really cool. I think she's a very cool looking Fembro, and I'm not even into Fembros. Ben, we went down a path of degenerate stuff, and then we're talking about how Gaius Van Baelsar is a bro, and he's like, he's not good, but he's not twisted like Darnus. Darnus is crazy. Yeah, Yeah, Merle Weeb to me is a very straightforward character, but I will say Kane Senna has layers, which I love. Yeah, Ben, by the way, you were called out by Party. Party blamed you for degen stuff. So you settled that with her.
They returned to Sid in hopes of developing a countermeasure which could be applied during an assault on the fortress. The Grand Companies agreed to an alliance to facilitate this plan, storming the castrum whilst the adventurers infiltrated the facility housing the transmitter. They succeeded in destroying the transmitter, its generators, and the vanguards which defended it, but Dalamud already hung low, and it was clear that Darnus had been enthralled to whatever lay within, spouting Asian nihilism as he pacified the party with a single blow and transformed himself into a living beacon for the Lesser Moon. Darnus ascended upon a group of flying islands to complete his pull of Dalamud without interruption, drawing meteorites from around the moon to rain upon the world below. Urianger discerned his location, and having recovered from their defeat at Castrum Novum, the adventurers hastened to this Riven Road upon Sid's airship, the Enterprise, to meet Darnus once again in battle. Despite defeating him, and again in his ascended form of Deus Darnus, and watching his essence drawn into Dalamud, it was far too late. Sid rescued the adventurers from the collapsing Riven Road, but upon their return to Gridania, Louis Soir cut their celebration short and confirmed their fears for the very worst. Dalamud continued to descend, and the only avenue left was his own last resort.
This I think is really cool because remember, at this point in time, Yoshi P and his team were killing themselves practically to bring about the start of and the accomplishment of 2.0. So it's just very, very I'll have to disagree with you on that, Wooly. I liked her layers. I thought the role quest with her role quest in Endwalker was interesting. But it might be a matter of taste. You missed out on Epic having a moment between his character and Xenos, Ben. So what I find so interesting about this is, like, we got to remember that throughout this entire thing, this is being used as a way to kind of herald the transformation of the game itself.
Resort. Louis Soir set the adventurers upon a pilgrimage to pray to each of the 12 in hopes of awakening them to avert Dalamud.
Okay, so that's interesting, because I always wondered, why in the ever-living whatever were the Scions all in different places praying? Like, was that aesthetic choice? What was going on there? So now we actually know, now I know, that that whole cutscene at the front of the 2.0 trailer where everyone's praying, like, they were doing that for a reason. This makes me happy.
They encountered Gaius Van Belsar along the way, and he entreated them to survive the calamity, if only to give him something worth conquering, and informed them,
good news, Gaius. We fulfilled your wish.
That the remnants of the 7th Legion had entrenched themselves at Cartano in preparation for a desperate attack against the Eorzean Alliance. The Alliance rode out to meet them, but at the height of battle, the true nature of Dalamud was realized, and despite Louis Soir's best efforts and valiant sacrifice, we all know too well what transpired next. So thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this condensed synopsis of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 through 1.23b. If you did, please take a moment to like and subscribe. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Check out my channel for plenty more Final Fantasy content. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you again in the next video.
Oh wow, look at this, everyone. We have more or less... like it's a crime to pause this part of the video, but I just want to agree with Ben that it makes kind of sense that, do you know how like some countries in the past would have fallen apart had not an external enemy bound them together? And so I could see how Morrowind maybe was struggling to a certain degree, and then how all of this kind of consolidated her position. I could see that happening. I still get chills. Like, I can't look away, you know? This was all brought about because Tiamat couldn't cope with her It was primal conjuring. It's kind of her fault too. Sense. Now we know why they are where they are. They're not there for roles. They're there to literally pray at God's shrines. Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, FF14 1.0 Wall of Goobuis. So this is for Party Sober. So Party Sober.
Collaboration is key for team success. With ClickUp, you can easily manage your team's tasks in timeline.
Before they showed the actual trailer, there was a moment leading up to the shutdown of the servers where all of the players were gathering and huge amounts of monsters were attacking the city-states. And you could see here the players are talking together about the attacks. But basically, like the players ended up trying to defend the cities from the attacks. So it says here, Deep Void Ogres, Eyes, Drakes, Butt Trails, and even Van Darnus. They attack outside and inside. So then these players all were lining up, I guess, to protect the city. Usually countries that fall apart are attacked for that exact reason. Yeah. Thou must live, die, and know. Ben? Yes. Nothing in any other MMO compares to this, and I've played a lot of them. I think part of the power of that I think it can stand on its own, right? You get any person to come in, and if they're open-hearted enough, I think they can feel something, right? Even if they don't know what's going on. I think the true power of the 2.0 trailer is how much meaning it gains as you play more and you know more. And this is where I think 14 does it very well compared to other MMOs that I've tried to play, is that it feels like they make things matter. And so when you go back and you rewatch it, there's a replay value because there's things matter differently, knowing more. Party. This is my only MMO played, but it feels so powerful, this part. Yeah. Which is why Coil's story made me cry. Louis Swad chatted the heck out of me. Yes, so Party up until Coil's, she was pretty, you know, she was like very much like me. Coil's got her, just like Coil's got me. But Coil's got her bad. She muted herself because she was hiding her crying from me, which was so sad. I was like, I want to hear those tears. But anyway, so she was hit hard by Grandpa Louis Swa. So you can hear the creepy music as well, Party. And apparently, Party, from what I heard, like the monsters that they spawned here were so weak, the players would overcome them. So then they had to have all of the devs and the community managers and everybody like band together to like they had to band together as devs to create more powerful bosses because the players were like stepping up and trying to kill the monsters that they were spawning. Yeah, this is the answer song. The Goobui Wall is canon. The Great Goobui Wall. They talk about the Goobui Wall in East Thanaland. The NPCs. Really? That is fascinating. Oh, look there. So crazy. That must have been a time. I don't know what's more crazy, that there was a giant Goobui wall, or the fact that all of these players probably ground through painful gameplay to get those Goobuis. Did you? Paid respect to the site in game. How epic. That was 10 years ago. At the end of the 6th Astral Era, players formed a line to defend the city from the large group of villains invading the walls. That is a combination of good story lore, inciting players to make their own lore. I think that's like EVE Online probably has the best player generated lore in terms of all of the shenanigans that players have gotten up to. But this kind of lore is really sweet. Wow, that is so crazy, Ben. I did not know about that. But to be fair, when I started this game, I didn't know about the 1.0 stuff. Like I went into it blind. So, yeah. Well, it's 11:30. So, I think we're doing pretty good for time. We somehow survived a lore video. We got all of it done. All of this is making me want to go neat and replay Final Fantasy XIV. Uh, yeah, one of the things I think about the replaying it as Chieko with party helped me appreciate even more levels. I'm somebody who nerds out about the small details, and seeing the small details myself was very powerful. Talk about an achievement. When I suggested the vid, I thought this will be a quick, it's old info. Ben. Ben, my man. We have proven that this chat and our mod are analytical machines. We're going to pick things apart. We'd make Mahler and his EFAP crowd. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad, Ben. But I definitely feel like everyone in chat today was bringing their A game, and they were ready to talk about things, and that's so cool. I feel like sometimes I get a bit blackpilled about society. I feel like people aren't questioning things or asking questions. So whenever people disagree with me in chat, don't worry, I'm not like getting emotionally upset, but I'm just excited and intense because okay, so Party is allergic to theory crafting, but one day she'll come to the dark side. Wooly, you get me in the mood. I can be so nitpicky, it's sometimes disastrous. Yes, Party is endwalkerless for now. The thing is if my brain is tickled, right? Maybe people in chat will feel the same way. But if your brain is tickled, you just want to know more and you want to think more about it. There are some books like that that get me that way as well. And sometimes I end up online. So I joined a forum for House of Nicolo, and for a short period, I lost serious productivity because I was so busy fighting with old ladies online about historical fiction. So yeah, Party's too far away. She's too far away. She's in another province. She's far, far away from her PC. But in about a week or two, we will be returning to Yokai Watch Grind, and we will be doing a little bit more of the MSQ. I promised not to overburden and like slam her with MSQ right away upon returning home. She needs some time to unwind and unpack and, you know, pet her cat because Evie is probably going to be starving for patting. Yeah, Party was grinding a bit too much in the game. Yeah. But we will get there, and I'll keep everyone updated about our progress. We're doing very well. We came out of the Tower of Zot. We got into Thavnair and into Radzat-Han. We met Vritra. And now we are... what are we doing next now in the game? Oh, we're close to opening up another zone. We're opening a certain redacted zone the next time we run. We'll be doing This is Thancred. Solo duty. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Oh, your NA character's at 6.5. Nice, Ben. Yeah. I have a stuffy nose. How do I fix it? Saline mixtures? Party could probably give you tips. She has a lot of knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't gotten party yet to certain paces. Drugs. Party is recommending drugs, Johnny. So you think about that. Yeah, we're going to get through Endwalker. No rush. I'd rather party take time to settle in and relax, and then we'll get there. Both my main and my stream alt in FF14 are capped on MSQ at 6.55. Wow. You have a stream alt, Mirokos? You also stream? Is meth okay? Johnny sends me a paragraph and there's like no spaces. You don't even have one alt, Epic? But Epic, you're like so married to your wall, right? Could you even tear yourself away? Let's all be real. You know, Miracos, I'm very close to beating the game twice. And I have a third alt that I'm using right now to go through the MSQ as a content creator as well. So my third alt, I will probably delete once I get them up to where my main is. And then everyone will just have to live with... Well, maybe I won't delete my Femro, but everyone's going to have to live with Nico being my main. Miracos, you should share pictures of your walls in our game chat. I haven't really played my NA character, so I still have Wing 3 of... Okay. Well, Ben, if you ever want a companion running your NA character, I can always join you. Oh, your gear's trash. Yeah. Get good. Yeah. But yeah, we're not going to rush Endwalker. I want Party to enjoy it fully in her right mind and no like if we put too much MSQ, she'll miss out on details. So I'd rather her take her time and enjoy all the details. Epic. Are you capable, Epic, of not posting thirst trap pics? That is my question. But seriously, people, post pictures of your walls. in the game screenshot channel. I am very interested in seeing what people chose. Yeah, Party and I are always peeping people's adventure plates. We have a problem. Now, will I click on Miko Boys first? Absolutely. But we definitely have sometimes spent time just standing in an area and clicking on people's adventure plates. And when people don't have their adventure plate on, or they haven't made it yet, we have some harsh words when we're chatting together on Discord. Let's just say that. Oh, that's fair, Wally. That's fair. So you're just going to wait for Dawn Trail? Well, then that means like you'll probably, hopefully, feel like just super excited to get back in and reunite with your warrior. I would actually let my thing lapse. Like I wouldn't mind if I was going to take a short break. I see no issues with. I don't feel like people should have to grind their life away in an MMO. Because I'm a huge proponent of people being creative for themselves. So this is where, like I said, if party needs to slow down, I'm a super supporter of slowing down and enjoying at when the time is right for you. But the problem is that I'm very unlucky as a person. Like I just don't win a lot of stuff, and I I applied for a lottery for a house, and it was 50-50. There was only one person voting, like trying to get that house, and I lost. So this is how bad my luck is. And then a week later, a house went empty and there was no one, or not a week later, but the next round came around and a house was available that no one had voted on. So I got it. So now I'm kind of like, I don't want to lose my house, even though I don't use my house a lot and I haven't finished decorating it. I feel like I want to decorate a house fully one time and then maybe feel like I can walk away and not think about it and let it go. But that's part of why I stay subbed, is because I actually want to do a proper little house, and then I don't know. Who's accusing me of degeneracy again? Epic has 3 properties. Luck is awarded to the stupid. Well, I'll try to keep that in mind, Johnny, when I keep losing and not getting roll up the rim to win. Okay, well that's fair, Wooly. Wooly, do you then like play WoW more for the gameplay side of things? The universe, what's funny outcomes. Yeah, party. That's why I'm saying like you don't want to rush to become the FC leader that I dream you to be. Because at this point you could unsub and just relax for a bit. Yeah, Ben, once I got to a certain point in the MSQ, I also no lifed. But it was so bad, like I no lifed it to the point where I didn't do any of the Shadowbringer side content, and then I went like cold right into Endwalker. And that meant that some of the Endwalker scenes was missing massive thing. Well, not massive, but those special things that could make those scenes special. Oh, Epic being the housing sniper. Wow. I don't get real world resting, let alone virtual resting. Oh, Wooly. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And there are so many other awesome games, right, Wooly? So, like, you can distract yourself with other games. Oh my lord. Epic is probably leading some kind of mob. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I can always run Dawn Trail on my own with Nico and then play it again with you as Chieko. Ooh, Wooly is playing V Rising. Party! Party! Maybe you could go and join a server and do something with Wooly. I also own V Rising. So technically, I could also help. It's just I'm survival games, like if you have a knack for survival games, you just know you do this, you do this, you do this. Um and it's just very, it doesn't feel relaxing for me. So I'm a much slower survival game player. I don't like it when people run ahead and then start giving me tons of shit to catch up. So that's where my issue is when it comes to playing with people for survival games like Terraria, Minecraft, V Rising, No Man's Sky. It's not fun if the players aren't on the same wavelength. It can get really awkward. You would think V Rising is super chill, Wooly, until you see how terrible I am. The reason why I don't have issues with 14 gameplay is because it actually suits my brain and my skill level. And remember, you're speaking to the person who died in a solo duty hitting boulders. So V Rising, there's this aspect about where you have to point your your attack at one point, like you have that pointy arrow thing. I was, yeah, it was a bad time. It's amazing that I am where I'm at in Elden Ring. Let's just say that it's sheer grit and determination has taken me to where I am at in Elden Ring, and also relying on my brother. So for me, like, it's just very, it's a fun game, but I'm not, like, people will kill things before I can even hit them. Oh, that's nice. Wow, Wooly, that is such a fascinating way to go about it. I would also want to do that. I feel like that would be a really cool thing to do. So when I play No Man's Sky, No Man's Sky is my survival game that I go to. I remember way back in the day I had to look up a guide in order to figure out the hyperdrive thing, but since then they've done such a good job updating the tutorials. I never go online to optimize anything. That is so cool, Wooly. Not concerning yourself with optimization. Must be hard sometimes, I think, for some people, because optimizing helps them feel powerful and stuff. But Conan Exiles is fun as a survival game and hidden lore. Really, Johnny? Why do I feel like I know Conan Exiles? No, that's Kairos. Where did I? Oh, Age of Conan Unchained. Different. Probably same universe, right? Conan Exiles. And you said this is PS4?
Today I spend 100 days in Conan. Okay, well, we died. By this point in, I had every tool crafted up and still no weapon. The way progression seemed to work in this game was going into your tab called Knowledge, a place that gave you different things to unlock. That took so long, man. Oh my god. What is that? Oh, yo, there's a big old spider over there. Oh my god. I have no idea where I am. I thought I'd come up here and hopefully find iron. Like I said before, this game was a lot to take in. Sure, I wanted to clear out this big campsite, and I definitely wanted to finish more exile journeys for the experience they offered.
Okay. Different game, same universe. It's PC. That's why you're breaking. I have an MMO brain rot from high level WoW raiding, carried it into single player games. It drains the fun and replay out of games. Oh, so for example, if you went into Elden Ring with a min max or optimizing idea, you would spoil yourself on lore and things in order to be super awesome from the get go, and that could take away some of the fun right off the bat. Whereas if you just went in, saw how far you could get, and then maybe for a second replay or a third replay, maybe focus on optimization for other replays. Ah, yes. Epic talking about Xena. That's so old. You have a full natural option and it dangles. Johnny, what are you talking about there? Is it similar to Baldur's Gate? Because Baldur's Gate also had some interesting genitalia options. Just saying. Also, V Rising is super comfy with a controller. Oh, maybe I should just plug in my Xbox controller. Oh, Wooly. Okay. Party is awake now. If she was sleepy before, she's awake now. Oh, wait a minute. No, she's dying. Never mind. Never mind. Well, I mean, there probably is jiggle physics down there. Let's all be real. Oh. Played ER once, 130 hours. Can't replay as I did all the stuff. Did you do all the stuff naturally, just knowing it, or were you optimizing it? Oh, yeah, you and I can do that. Party. It's here. I downloaded it already because I was thinking about you. I was like, she'll need me. So I downloaded it already. Aren't I such a lovely older sister? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. I downloaded it because I figured if you wanted to play it, I can't promise to play hours with you, okay? But I can promise to play some with you. Also downloaded Hogwarts Legacy because I want to finish that game. I downloaded Divinity Original Sin 2, Dragon Age Origins. I kept No Man's Sky, but I think I moved it. Elden Ring, re-downloaded Elden Ring. Guild Wars 2, No Man's Sky. Oh, never mind. Abduction, Riven. I'm playing Riven. Baldur's Gate 3. I'm very close to finishing Final Fantasy 1. Very interesting. Lots of references now that I'm getting. So yeah. How many games do I have? I mean, I probably don't have that much compared to other people, right? Oh no, Wooly, was it advanced brain rot? Oh, oh dear. Oh, oh no. I don't think listening to lore podcast was probably the worst thing that you did. It was probably the used guides. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Wooly. But you know, if you're starting to see it and you're thinking, oh hey, I don't want to, um, I, it looks like a lot, but I don't think it's. Yeah, it's maybe 150. I will say I'm very proud. Like you can see here, like my adventure. Like I have Halo. I've never played the Master Chief Collection. I have like artsy stuff like Dorf Romantique. I love Terranil. I played 25 hours of it. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, but let's just say this. I have 16 out of 17 of the achievements for Terranil. I love Terranil. Terranil makes me want to cry. Dorf Romantique is my on again, off again that I play for fun. Guild Wars 2, 40, almost 50 hours in Guild Wars 2. I played the heck out of it through the launcher, so I don't think this counts as my full play of Star Wars. So this is not because I think I went through a different launcher for that. Fez. I completed Inside. I completed Inside all the way, but I didn't get any achievements. But I actually completed this, and I really like the game. This is point and click. I have not played many of them, but the one that I did love was Machinarium, and of course Myst. And I'm working on Riven. And I like puzzles, and then we got RPGs. And I usually get this on sale. So I've never really bought like a game. I've never really bought a game full price unless I have no option. Let's just say that. So like the Final Fantasies, I got them all on sale. I didn't pay full price for them. I just can't. I think Grim Dawn 18. I always wish I could get into Path of Exile, but I can't get past a certain part. I just like yeah. No Man's Sky. Okay, so here you can see it says 87 hours. This does not count my PS4 time. I know life the shit out of it on my PS4. 50. People forget she inspired Kratos' own deal with Ares. My PS5 library is at 412, but there's a couple demos in there. Yeah, demos can also creep in for sure. Heart. What is Johnny hearting, I wonder? I think Game War was 2002, but same era. I had a great time with SWOTAR. My first ever raid was an Operation SWOTAR. I had no idea what I was doing, and I was on a shit laptop. Wow. I just finished Grim Dawn. Ooh, what did you think, Johnny? Grim Dawn can be a time vampire. Yeah, that's what I'm getting a feeling from. So I had it on. I don't think I have it on right now. Yeah, I haven't put it back on, but I was playing it a bit. I did like it. I did like Grim Dawn, actually. I think Cyberpunk and Elden Ring were my biggest no-lifers recently, with God of War, Ragnarok, and Spider-Man 2 being third and fourth. Yeah, a lot of people like those big games, though. I played the Warrior, and I should have played a caster. I'm trying to remember. I think I'm going ranged with my Grim Dawn, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm doing something else. Yeah. But yeah. Cyberpunk is fun. I recall Party saying that she watched a friend play it and she felt a bit drawn in. But yeah. Well, it's getting to midnight, our EST time. I think I'm going to end it here. I know that our wonderful mod has to go to sleep, and I have now 3 classes on Monday that I teach, and I want to prep a bunch, and I got to do some writing for my client. So, you would have a field day with Cyberpunk's main and side story. Ooh, do you think so? I think, yeah, Ben. Yay! We made it to the end of a video. But next time, let's do a different video. So I'm gonna go through our recommendations. I'm gonna make a master list of recommendations, and then we'll talk about it more in Discord, and talk about what will next week look like. At the moment I'm not sure, but thank you everyone for coming. Thank you everyone for bringing out your lore books. All of you were so helpful. Honestly, it felt really great to hear from everyone's input on that lore, because there was stuff that I never learned before, and I knew I had to get those lore books. So now I really know that having the lore books is very helpful. So take care, everyone. Take care to all of the new folks coming in. I don't know how many new folks are still here in chat, but we had Lucids in here tonight, who is fairly new. We had Mirokos. I still feel like I'm saying your name terribly. So Mirokos, and I feel like, oh yes, and we found out the big discovery, which is Enrique is Tab. So that is our night for everyone. Thank you, everyone, and let's meet again next week, as far as we're all able to, and we'll chat about something new. So good night, everyone, and thank you for coming, and I'll see you all next time.